want to make sure everything's working. There we go. Okay. It took a minute for it to update on my computer that I turned off the content through the screen. Hello! Today! Jesus Christ, I was gonna do a cool... It was... There we go. It was set to show Investigations. My OBS is against me. OBS is always against me. It's not fair. Today, we are going to be playing more Investigations. I was having so much fun with this case, Turnabout Forsaken, yesterday, that I was so excited to play more. I wasn't planning on streaming again till Monday, but we're doing it again today because I'm so excited. Okay, I rebuke that because ice is delicious. I like eating ice. And I don't want Von Karma to also eat ice. He does not get ice. Every time I'm sitting here with Investigations open, waiting to start stream, I'm like, oh my god, this music is just so good. I'm just sitting here jamming to the music for like 3 minutes while I wait to start stream. So fun. Alright. Kay's letter. As the letter more than adequately proves, Miss Faraday and Miss Ringer were acquainted. It seems Miss Faraday had asked for Miss Ringer's help in a plot of some kind. But for whatever reason, their alliance must have broken down. Miss Ringer lost her life in the resulting disagreement, but she had one last card to play. The letter she kept safe in her left chest pocket, which spells out the name of her killer. Okay. Now that I'm really familiar. The first miss on the insult. Ice is... Okay, listen, it's partly because I do have an iron deficiency. And for some reason, people with iron deficiencies like to eat ice chips. Like ice. It's so weird. I've never actually looked into, like, what the scientific reason behind it is. But, like, people with iron deficiencies do tend to eat ice. It's so weird. But ice is also just delicious. Von Karma doesn't get any ice. Huh. I'm not sure what to press her on here, because, yeah, the letters do kind of show that. Let's just go through each testimony one by one and see if we can't find something. What exactly was the nature of their relationship? Miss Faraday was grateful for Miss Ringer's cooperation, just as the letter says. I think that more than adequately describes it, don't you? No, as I was saying. God, she's gonna be the worst for this testimony, isn't she?
Hold it!
Can you tell us more about this plot? The letter implies a theft. And it was written by your friend Faraday, making her the prime suspect. Case closed.
Objection!
Anybody can forge a letter. It is not conclusive proof of anything.
Overruled.
I also seem to recall Miss Faraday referring to herself as a great thief on more than one occasion. God damn it, Kay! Kay, you're not making this any easier for me. She's on sabbatical. How can you be sure of that? It's unlikely she would tell you if she had resumed her activities. Surely. Yeah, no, putting someone with amnesia on the stand is like the grayest area of gray areas. Because, like, it's entirely possible that they did commit the murder. But it's also entirely possible that they didn't, and they cannot defend themselves due to their amnesia. I'm fairly certain you wouldn't put someone with, like, once you actually can, like, surely prove that they have amnesia, I do not think they would go on to stand at least until they recover their memories, if not ever, if they don't actually recover their memories. But I'd have to actually go and see if there's any laws about that. There has to be, because that's fucked if you can just toss someone with amnesia up there and be like, well, you killed the guy. Don't know what to tell you.
Perhaps she took up stealing again and simply chose to keep it from you?
I can't prove that either way right now, and she knows it.
As I was saying, it seems Miss Faraday and Miss Ringer were involved in a plot to steal something.
Alright.
Hold it!
Yeah, I'm... Verity is such an interesting character because she's smart. She's repeatedly shown through her various accusations that she often knows when she's accusing someone and it's wrong because she's trying to, or like she'll often do things to try to get Edgeworth to slip into traps. So she's a very smart person. And I feel like she knows Kay didn't actually murder Rosie and is just trying to... I'm not sure what her end goal is, but I feel like it's not Kay's arrest.
Whatever reason. Could you be more specific? Not at the moment. But I am sure our investigation will uncover any number of possibilities. Whereas your lack of proof that Miss Faraday is innocent continues to be a major problem for you.
Objection!
I can see that some of the evidence would seem to point to Kay's involvement. But none of it is anywhere near conclusive.
Overruled.
A letter explicitly outlining your connection to the victim, backed up by supporting evidence from the scene. How much more conclusive could it be? And what's more, where is your proof to the contrary?
Hold it!
Is there any actual evidence to show that Kay killed Miss Ringer?
You don't give up, do you? What do you call that? Letter, huh? Evidence? Duh.
I wouldn't be so sure. Or for one thing, it doesn't mention anything resembling a murder plan. It doesn't? Oh, I guess not. Huh.
But it will once we hold a flight to it. Sweetheart! Sweetheart, no! Sweetheart, no! Fire is not the answer! Sebastian, we should not set evidence on fire!
But it will once we hold a flame to it and reveal the secret writing.
Oh, wait. Okay, so I've said before, I've never played Investagations 2 or watched a full playthrough of it, so I'm really blind. But I do really like Sebastian, so I know a lot about him. And doesn't his sprites have like a lighter? If so, that's incredible, like, that's Sebastian's, like, go-to thing, because he's witnessed his father probably do it before.
I wouldn't place too much hope in revealing anything, Sebastian. And we don't need it to. Not when we have...
Hold it!
We were able to examine the pocket in question for ourselves. And you want to know why the letter wasn't there, I assume?
Yeah, I want to know if they went about the proper procedures for obtaining evidence from a body. Because first you're supposed to photograph everything. And then you remove it with gloves and you put it in a bag. Is it in a bag? Did we put this letter in a bag, or was it just sitting in Courtney's pocket for, like, the past hour? Or whatever, however long it's been.
It's simple. The police's #1 priority was handing it over to me.
Oh, so it's just been sitting in Sebastian's pocket for the past hour. Cool.
The victim had kept it on her left...
Wait! Oh, wait! Wait, where's the autopsy?
Cause of death, it's a set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of her chest. That's right over the pocket. This letter would have holes in it.
Got you. I got you. Yes. I love Ace Attorney. It makes me feel so smart.
The victim had kept it on the left side of her chest, next to her heart. In other words, to end her heart's desire that her killer be brought to justice.
Okay, you're definitely stretching it here, Verity.
I'm not sure. I don't think we have a time of death for, preliminary findings, place her time of death sometime late last night. That's all we have for her right now. And then Kay entered the building at 7:28 p.m. So, if Kay was in there for like late last night makes me think like midnight-ish. So if Kay was in there for like 4.5 hours, then I guess, which she probably was because she fell. But I feel like she probably had amnesia by the time the murder happened. I have little interest in sentimental speculations about Miss Ringer's desires. But one thing does interest me. The fact that you said that the letter was in the victim's left chest pocket. It is the truth, as the goddess is my witness. That is where the letter was found. There's no doubt about it. The same place where she was stabbed with the candelabra. I think that might prove to be a very important clue. I can't imagine Kay writing a letter like that. But unless we can get more out of Judge Gavel, I don't think we'll be able to prove that she didn't. I should try pressing the good judge on some of her statements and see if she lets something slip.
Yeah, the first thing I'd be arguing as a lawyer here is I want a for sure time of death. I want none of this until we get an actual time of death. I want an actual time of death. Because then you can go from there. Because late last night is so vague. Late last night could be anywhere from, like, I guess 10 p.m. maybe to, what, like 3 a.m.? Feel like after 3 a.m. you're starting to get into this morning. So, like, late last night could be any amount of time. I want an actual time of death, and then we move from there.
Objection!
Objection. Why is it still going?
There's a clear contradiction in your testimony, Judge Gavel. There is. Silence. Such statements will not be tolerated by this court.
And why not? What precisely is wrong with my statement?
For one thing, the fact that you clearly do not believe it yourself.
Was it that obvious?
No, I'm right.
Oh, wait. Ace Attorney, sit down for a second with me, please. Ace Attorney, we need to... we're not sure exactly when they took Kay to the hospital. But Ace Attorney, how about... sit in that chair right there, Ace Attorney. We need to have a conversation for a second. Either the coroner's findings or the victim's letter should be an appropriate piece of evidence to present here. Because either here, we're presenting that she was stabbed in the left side of her body, so there would be holes in the letter, or we're presenting that there's no holes in the letter. Either should work. And that does upset me.
Objection!
That does upset me. I think both should work as the answer to this question.
So the victim had kept...
Jesus Christ, I can't talk.
So the victim had kept the most vital clue of all closest to her heart.
How very touching.
The voices of the dead fight to be heard. And even then, they don't always reach us. But her voice rang loud and true, and it told us that Miss Faraday is her killer.
I think you might have misheard her, Your Honor.
Or perhaps an evil spirit was trying to mislead you.
Yeah, someone call Maya Fey. Let's let's channel Rosie's ghost and see who killed her.
Hey, you take that back. Perhaps we should try listening to the words of the coroner's report instead. By all means, if I recall correctly, the victim was stabbed on her left side. No. Yes, I'm afraid so. You claim that the letter was found in the victim's left chest pocket.
Right where she was stabbed by the candle holder.
Indeed. 3 puncture wounds to the chest, and yet not one of them to the letter. Miraculous, no. Well, Judge Gavel, how do you explain that? Oh, because I can think of one explanation. That letter was deliberately placed there, after the fact in order to cast suspicion on Kay. Someone went to a lot of trouble to create the crime scene we see before us. And that someone is the real culprit, who almost certainly forged this letter. No. It's clear that the culprit intended to frame Kay. By the means of that letter.
And you fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Objection!
No, Faraday did it. The letter was in her other pocket. Yeah.
Huh? Seriously?
Sebby, I love you.
But there's literally blood on this letter. There's only blood on one side of her body. Sweet boy.
The whole left chest pocket thing was a mistake. Whoever reported it must have meant their left.
Stop your foolish pandering, you foolish fool! Or are you just in prayer? Jesus Christ, I got tripped up there. Hold on. Francis says fool too much. Yeah, apparently this room does not have security cameras or something. Though you would think, with it being like a very important, court-related room, they would have cameras, but whatever. Stop your foolish floundering, you foolish fool! Or are you just that incurably foolish? Why do you keep whipping me? Stop making fun of my deductions! Ah! There! I saved you the trouble of disciplining him. Francisca, I love you so much. I love Francisca so much. Yes. Even though I had no intention of doing so. Dude! Fool being a vocal stim for Francisca is such a good headcanon. I love that so much.
The letter is stained with blood, which suggests it had indeed been placed somewhere on her left side. Therefore, I doubt there was some sort of mistaken report. Not unless the report was given by you.
Gavel, say something!
No objection. Good. Then allow me to continue. So we have established the existence of a second suspect.
No, we haven't. The murderer had to get in here, remember? Who else could have gotten in apart from Faraday and Ringer?
Whoever it was would have needed a key card. Judge Gavel proposed that the killer entered the room together with the victim. But what if there was something questionable about the very basis of her theory itself?
Wait, do we have the piece of paper? Keycard records. There's one that doesn't have a name 2 hours earlier. Someone else entered the room.
This piece of evidence points to another suspect other than Kay.
Let's fucking go!
Look again at the keycard records provided by Judge Gavel a short while ago. As already noted, the victim's keycard was used at 12:52 a.m.
No, Francisca and Miles are both, like, the most autistic people I've ever seen, besides, like, myself or something. It went completely over Von Karma's head, though. Dude did not pick up on the fact that both his children were autistic as fuck. And honestly, that's probably a good thing.
But you will note that someone else's keycard is also listed.
I want to take a second and say that this is my favorite part of Ace Attorney. This last whole like chunk here from when we presented the coroner's findings to like up until now is the best part of Ace Attorney, because it shows that they do actually put a lot of thought into the dominoes of the case. It's like, okay, you present the one thing, and then you present the other, and you argue your case. And it's incredible. And it feels so good to be right and be able to figure out where the next line of reasoning is going as it goes. It's so fun. Admittedly, getting it started can be a little tricky sometimes because of, I stand by the fact that presenting the letter should have also worked. The victim's letter and the coroner's findings should have both worked. But it's so fun.
A mysterious person who could have entered beforehand and lay in wait for the victim, you mean? This other person entered at 10:15 p.m. So it is certainly not outside the realms of possibility. Except, I'm afraid it is.
Where's your evidence, huh, Your Honor?
My evidence?
Girl, you probably don't want to place yourself at the crime scene. You really probably don't want to place yourself at the crime scene.
I am the evidence detective. It was my keycard.
Okay, but can we prove that? Because I don't see a name listed. Wait, did she scribble her name on the records just now? Because your name was not there. Yeah, your name was, she literally just wrote on the record, like, oh yeah, my name was always there. Like, sure. Show me your keycard, prove it, girl.
There's nothing suspicious about a committee member entering the chamber as I please, is there?
Oh, I did not mean to click that button.
Perhaps not. But that's also not the exonerating... Perhaps not. But that's also not the exonerating evidence you seem to think it is.
Oh yeah, no. Verity is a suspect now. Like firmly. Like, girl's off the case. Removed from the case. A different judge is now judging it. Honestly, it would probably have to be a judge from a completely different, like, part of Japanifornia. Not from the same, like, not from the same area she works in. Because conflict of interest. Especially since she's on a committee. It would have to be someone from outside brought in. Like, no, this whole case, the second she becomes the suspect, literally everything pauses because we probably have to get a whole different team in here. You would probably need different prosecutors, because all the prosecutors obviously have to answer to the committee, and thus that could create personal bias, because like, you arrest one of the members of the committee and like you get him proven guilty, the rest of the committee could come back on you for that. So you'd have to bring a prosecutor from a different area in. It would be a whole mess.
Unless you can also prove that you yourself didn't murder your colleague.
Overruled.
What other nonsense? What would I have had to gain from killing her?
Maybe you guys had a disagreement. No, Verity thought she was playing 4D chess and forgot Miles is a chess expert. I could not say expert there. She forgot Miles is a chess expert. She's playing 4D chess. Miles is playing like 60 chess.
Objection!
I'm sure you know how I'm going to answer that, Your Honor. I believe further investigation will shed light on any motives you might have had.
Overruled.
I love Miles! God, he's so snarky. I love the difference between Phoenix and Miles being the protagonists. Because Miles is so outwardly snarky. Like, he will just be a dick and be so snarky right to someone's face. Whereas all of Phoenix's snark is in his head. He's sitting there bullying people in his head. And I love both, but I do love Miles vocally being snarky. It's so great.
I'm a faithful servant of the goddess. Why would I even resort to an act of crime? I used my key card. That much is true. But my reason for entering this room is far from questionable. Then perhaps you'd care to tell us why. I had business in here. I had business here in the committee chamber. There were certain preparations to make.
Preparations? Sounds pretty suspicious to me. You can't be coy here. You can't play coy, Verity. You gotta firmly tell us what you were doing. No. You don't get to pull a I'm not able to tell you. This is serious now. You are a suspect. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take a sip of water before we continue. All right.
I am not at liberty to share what I was preparing for.
Presumably Miles' trial. Oh yeah, no, the lack of cameras, now that Verity is a suspect, the lack of cameras become far less of a like accident, like they just hadn't thought to install them yet, and much more of a deliberate thing. That would not be glossed over in court. They would be bringing that up.
But I am sure Prosecutor Edgeworth can make an educated guess.
My hearing. She must have been busy gathering the documents they were going to use against me. To relieve me of my badge. I don't know who this is, but I got the worst feeling when they started talking. I don't know how to describe it, but I literally felt like my stomach drop when they started talking, and I'm really concerned about who's gonna appear. All right, children, that's enough. It's good to keep our skills and tongues sharp, especially when we're young, but that'll do for now. Who in the... I'm glad my thinking feeling was correct! I'm sorry, but I think he has the funniest Ace Attorney Divine ever! I don't even know where to begin here! Hold on. There's a button. There's a button to hide everything. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Show high text Windows C. I don't even know where to begin. Yeah, no, okay, where does his beard start and where does his hair end? Why is he wearing a skin-tight muscle shirt? What is that jacket? And why does he have 4, 8, 12, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 prosecutor badges? Oh my god! Also, the goggles? I love this design. I hate it, but I love it so much because it's so ridiculous. This is peak Ace Attorney. This is peak Ace Attorney character design because it's so insane. Also, the giant prosecutor badge symbol on his jacket is ridiculous. Oh my god. I've seen drawings of him before, but I never really like I never really took in his design. Oh yeah, no, this man smells like gasoline and motor oil. Oh my god. Okay, what voice do I do for him? What voice should he have? Are we Oh, excuse me, God, I'm laughing so hard. I'm like dying. This design. Chain smoker. I'll try to do chain smoker. Really takes me back to the days of my youth. Back when I would wrangle with a certain detective. Oh my god, wait! Where does his shirt end? Why? This design is insane! I love it so much! He disappeared, you know. I hope he's out there somewhere, living his best life. You'll have to forgive me, it's just... I get so emotional. The tears, I can't stop them. I misread that as Chairman Wiener. And you know, that feels like it fits. The chairman's the best. The best. His glasses have windshield wipers. This design is crazy. Yeah, Verity, my girl. Do you ever stop working? Your dedication puts us all to shame. And it's this young Francisca I see before me. Dear child, when did you get so big? Uncle the best. It's been far too long. And so formal. I thought we were family. Yeah, no, how old is he is the question here. Is he in my court records yet? No, he's not in the records yet. We'll check once we get in the records. You used to sit on my knees. I can't talk. I'm laughing so hard at this design, I can't function. You used to sit on my knee and shout, Uncle the best. Uncle the best at the top of your lungs. Oh, but time goes by so very fast. One can't help but shed a tear. Dad? What are you doing here? What am I doing here? A committee member has been murdered, and you're in charge of the case, my boy. What is that? Thank you, Gumshoe. Thank you for also expressing concern at what is going on here. What is this? Bring your pops to work day?
Silence. Do you have any idea who he is? This man is practically the right hand of the goddess herself. A former chief prosecutor and the current chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence.
Now, Verity. There's no need to bring all that up. I'm just a harmless old man, really. You see, I'm sure you're not, but okay. Allow me to apologize for the detective's rudeness. I am... Miles Edgeworth, correct? You and your little subordinate, Dick Gumshoe. I... Okay, question. Do we want to go with his official translation name, or should we call him Blaze? Because I'm using the best last name for him and Sebastian, and I'm using Sebastian's fan translation name. So do we want to use his translation name, or his fan translation name, or his official name? Sebastian being the prosecutor for this case could be seen as conflict of interest, yes. Yeah, that's exclusive. That's ridiculous. Do we want to go with exclusive the best or Blaze the best? He doesn't get fan translation privileges? Okay. I am exclusive the best. Father, oh, Jesus Christ! Okay, fuck off! Fuck you! Why don't you? Fuck off! That's it, your parental privileges are being taken away. Sebastian is now Edgeworth's son. Father to this idiot boy, among other things. My wife and I, we were so happy when he was born. And now she's gone too. Heaven only knows to where. Dad, here, use my handkerchief. Thank you, son. You're a good boy in your own silly way. Like father, like son, I suppose. Though it's hard to say who the bigger fool is. Here, he's probably in the records. How old is this man? 68? Wow. I can't tell if his eyes look rough, but he's shockingly not graying at all. Yeah, no, Miles turns to the K, who can hardly remember who anyone in this room is, and is like, you have a brother now. This design. This design is insane. No, that beard is soaking wet, and I hate it. Oh. Well, Verity, how goes the investigation?
Thank you for asking, sir. We have identified a prime suspect, 1K Faraday. We are currently trying...
Objection!
Fuck off. You don't have nearly enough to make her your prime suspect, and you know it. Or have you forgotten what we just discovered about the letter?
Objection!
I told you! That was just a mix-up! They got that wrong! Don't test my patience. Alright, that's enough. Let's all just calm down, shall we?
I'm sorry you had to see that, sir. My humblest apologies.
I think you've all made your case very clear. All except for you, Sebastian. What? But, Dad! We are prosecutors, and it is our duty to identify the suspects and bring them to justice. But I wouldn't dare call someone a suspect without evidence or a motive. I love Edgeworth's, growth since the first game. Edgeworth truly has one of the best arcs in Ace Attorney. Phoenix doesn't really get, like, an arc, because at least for the first trilogy, he arcs a little bit in the second trilogy, but for the first trilogy, he largely remains the same throughout all three games, which is fine. But Edgeworth has such a compelling arc throughout the first three games, where the first game, he's being heavily manipulated by both Von Karma and, like, the fact that he's fully convinced he killed his father. And then throughout the second and third games is him learning how to be both his own person and also a better prosecutor. And then the investigation games are him getting to firmly put that into action and build up to him eventually becoming the chief prosecutor by the second trilogy. I have no idea how this dude functions. Zero clue. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, I know all about your relationship to the accused. Sick it seems, pretty apt based on what I've heard. Kay's no criminal. She'll just catch the bad guys loads of time.
Much about this case is still unclear, sir. Please, you have to let us...
It's heartwarming, really. The bonds of friendship are so strong among the young. Hey! Sir? 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 Sir, what did you just burn? Sir, that stack of papers looked pretty sick. What did you just burn? Also, so I'm glad we fully know where Sebastian got his idea about setting evidence on fire from. But circumstances being what they are, I'm afraid those bonds won't be enough. What the heck is that supposed to mean? The prosecutor's office needs this case cleared up as quickly as possible. The time, oh, so precious. We have so little of it. And there are so many other cases. Yeah, no, really odd way of putting that the adoption paper for Kay just went through, and the ones for Sebastian are being written up as we speak. We're gonna steal your son, dude. Mr. DeBest, we are stealing your son. And honestly, I think that'll be for the best for everyone. I'm sorry, but you understand, of course, don't you? All right, Miss Kay Faraday. Time to come along quietly.
Yes, sir.
You're not taking her. She's innocent, I tell ya. Gumshoe, kill that man.
To defy the chairman of the committee is to defy the law itself.
I think that's how that should work. Yeah, he clearly doesn't want his son. He called him an idiot. So I think we should just take Sebastian for ourselves. I think it'll be a load off of everybody's shoulders.
It is an act so brazen. A hearing won't be necessary at all.
No, Miles is like, yeah, no, Miles steps in front of Kay and he's like, try. I will throw hands.
Are you prepared for Mr. Edgeworth to lose his badge over this detective?
Oh, so either Kay goes down or Mr. Edgeworth loses his badge? What the heck am I supposed to do? You'd use his badge to shield yourself. Oh, how the committee has... God. You'd use his badge to shield yourself? Oh, how the committee too has fallen. Okay, you're innocent. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Thank you. We've only known each other for a short while, but you've been very kind. And I'm sorry. Sorry for being a criminal. Your contradiction has been noted, Miss Faraday. And will be conveyed to the goddess of justice.
Someone punch this dude! What in the world should I do? When I was little, all I wanted was to be like my father.
Oh, Gregory.
To become an attorney and fight for those who can't fight for themselves. But now, my fate is tied to that of this one tiny badge. No, Edgeworth throws hands with the actual committee, calls up Phoenix, and is like, hey, I did something maybe a little stupid, I need legal defense. And Phoenix is there in 5 seconds flat. Dude does not question it at all. Oh, wait, one tiny badge can select the dear acquaintance. Who am I kidding? There's nothing to weigh up here.
I guess this is it. Goodbye, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
Judge Gavel, a moment, please.
Yes. What What is it?
Edgeworth is ready to throw hands.
Your badge. What is the meaning of this?
I am returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer.
Mr. Edgeworth?
What are you doing? Miles Edgeworth, explain yourself right now. You're giving up? Just like that. You can't mean it, sir. Tell me you're kidding. Please. If you're not a prosecutor anymore, then what does that make me? I have one duty, and one duty alone. To pursue the truth. If being a prosecutor means that I must turn a blind eye to the very truth before me, then I will gladly shed the title to be free. No, Edgeworth is ready to stab someone, and I'm so here for it. I'll provide the knife. I'll carve my own path, one I believe in. I won't let my search for the truth end here.
Objection!
As you running away from the Ankama, from me? Say what you will, Francisca, but you won't change my mind. So you're leaving me behind again? I'll never forgive you for this, never! No. This is all my fault. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for me. Wait, okay, don't go. You stay right where you are, detective. But, sir, I'm not a prosecutor anymore. Don't say that. Where you go, I go, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm always right there, right by your side. There was no need for you to do that now, detective. Simply focus on your job and do what you can. Well now, this is no good, is it? We've let a dangerous criminal run free. I try and try, yet it's never enough.
There's no need to worry, sir. We'll set up a cordon. She won't get far.
She better not. I'll be very disappointed in you if she does. Okay, so Exclusive is very, very clearly manipulative to everyone. Not just Sebastian. Though Sebastian probably has gotten the brunt of it. The question is how much of what Verity says and does is her actual own thoughts and feelings, and how much of it is her being severely manipulated by Mr. DeBest. To be continued. A budding bond. April 5th, 5:58 p.m., High Prosecutor's Office. Room 11202. Hey! She's not here either. Where are you? Eddie! Knockity knock knock! Special visitor. Yeah, no, Courtney's realizing that she may have slightly fucked up. Fender. Whoa, let's talk about an unhappy face. Everything okay, big guy? You wouldn't earn yourself too many admirers looking like that. What are you doing here? Has something happened? Has something happened, he asked. I'll say. It's been all over the news. Murder in the committee chamber. I'd call that a happening, all right. What's with your hearing and what with your hearing being today? I thought. Well, I couldn't help wondering if you were involved. They're reporting it on the news already. Heck yeah. A dead lawyer? A young woman on the run? They're lapping it up. It's crazy stuff. But compelling too, I gotta admit. So, are you gonna give me the lowdown, or what? Well, actually... Whoa! You warn a guy before blowing his mind next time. I think they're even crazier than I thought. This isn't a joke, Fender. Kay is out there somewhere, all alone without her memory. Not to mention being the suspect in a murder. That definitely doesn't make things easier. But where the heck could she have gotten to? Are you sure she doesn't remember this? I thought she might have come here, but no luck, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. Sounds like she thinks she's done you wrong. She wouldn't want to cause you even more trouble by rocking up on your doorstep. You think I don't know that? But I'm out of places to look. Hey, take a chill pill, compadre. This isn't like you. You're wound up tighter than a clockwork monkey, which isn't a bad thing necessarily. After all, it's gotten you running from pillar to post, looking to save an innocent from jail. Acting like the attorney I know you were born to be. I don't know if we know what Kay's living situation is like. Look, Fender, I may have given up my badge earlier, but that doesn't mean I've decided to become an attorney. However, Kay isn't just some suspect in a murder to me. She's somebody I've come to know very well, even if we've only been acquainted for a short while. And she'd never harm a fly, let alone another person. Blow my mind twice in 5 minutes, why don't ya? Kid's lucky to have you in her corner, champ. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but that's quite the bond that sprung up between the two of you. Enough to give me and your old man a run for its money, even. It's nothing like that, really. She just likes to involve herself in my affairs. You can say that again. From what I've seen, she likes to charge into things, and things no holds barred. But she's done you some good, I can tell. You two make a great team. Can't say I'm not a little jealous, seeing as my partner in crime is no longer around. Anyways, you need to track her down. Connections like that don't grow on trees. I should know. Alright, how's about this for a plan? You're fresh out of ideas about where she could be, and you can't just walk the street shouting her name. So why not go back to the source? Look into how she lost her memory in the first place. You just might turn up some clues that'll help narrow things down. That's not a bad idea. Based on what she told us, it sounded like it all started on the big building. Then that's where we're headed. Next stop, the big time. And maybe you can give your face the good news on the way. Kay won't come frolicking back into the fold if the first thing she sees is you scowling like that. Very funny. Fender truly is a force of nature all on his own. Oh, hi you two. Alright. The sun sure set quickly. Not even a murder on the premises can make this place close its doors. Gotta chase the last dollar, huh? There's hardly anyone around, though. Guess we've got the whole place to ourselves. The first step towards proving Kay's innocence is to figure out how she lost her memory. Here's to Miles. We got sleuthing to do. This rooftop paradise is all ours. So let's focus up and do what we're good at for Kay, alright? Alright. Do what we're good at, huh? I suppose I should be grateful that there's at least something we can do. Alright. Alright, so this is where Kay was standing when she saw the person walking towards her. It's a pretty sizable cherry tree. Its flowers are just on the cups of full bloom, according to what Kay told us. She was standing beneath this tree until she was pushed and fell. So the person in the raincoat that Kay saw supposedly approached her from the direction of the concession stand. Which should
which would suggest that she was pushed over this railing here. The railing is chest high. You'd have to try really hard to go tumbling over the edge of it.
Yeah, and Kay is also shorter than Edgeworth. Because this railing seems to go probably right up about towards right up to Edgeworth's shoulders. And Kay's shorter than Edgeworth. So it would probably be, how would you wouldn't, it would be hard to get Kay over this railing unless she actively was jumping.
Everything looks sturdy enough too.
Are they really not going to let me look at the trapdoor on the floor? Really? Rude. Ah! God, there we go.
Pegasus, the winged horse of legend. No, wait. Isn't that a horn on its forehead? So, it's a unicorn. No, that can be right either. Unicorns don't have wings.
It's an alicorn, Edgeworth.
And what's this? There's a little plaque there at the bottom showing the name of the piece. Contradictions. That'll teach me to bother engaging with such things.
It's an alicorn, Edgeworth. It's not hard. Trust me, I'm the expert on unicorns.
You can insert a coin to take a good look at the distant landscape for a few minutes. Kay absolutely would have been all over this. The Kay I know, anyway. But for now, I better focus my powers of observation on this rooftop.
Can you two move? I want to look at where Kay saw someone approach from.
It looks like a TV for showing announcements from the various companies in the big building. But at the moment, it's just showing a regular broadcast channel. What am I standing here for?
The Steel Samurai isn't on today. I love Edgeworth. I was thinking, what if it was Blaze? Because he does wear a red coat. But the thing is, Kay seemed to recognize the person. The fact that they were wearing a raincoat wasn't strange because it was raining that night. Because she has a line that's like, why are you wearing that coat? Or something like that. So she seemingly recognized whoever was in the coat. My question almost is this Shelly the killer? But then why would he be trying to kill Kay? Because, we still have the Shelly the killer plotline unresolved from the first case. We never caught him, and he just left, he left a card. I figure that's going to play back into one of these last two cases. But so I'm wondering if it's someone Kay recognized that pushed her. And she wouldn't have known Blaze.
The beak and the wings of this bird. The beak and the wings of a bird and the body of a lion. I guess these statues are meant to guard the peace of this little rooftop haven. I have to say, they're incredibly detailed, almost frighteningly so. Instead of feeling welcomed, I would wonder how many people have been scared off by these instead.
Alright, you two. Mr. Edgeworth, we meet again!
What are you two doing up here?
Well, seeing as we came all this way, we thought we might as well enjoy some cotton candy. What the heck are you doing here? Looking to get yourself in even more hot water?
You needn't worry about me, Dr. Hertz. I'll be just fine.
Whatever you say, Mr. Soon-to-be ex-prosecutor. Turned ex-prosecutor. Saw that coming a mile off. Wait, what? You got fired!
As I said, you need to concern yourself with my affairs.
If you say so. So, oh, how's Kay doing? Uh-oh. Did something happen? Maybe I can help. How about an injection?
No injections, thank you. Unfortunately, a jab a day does not keep the world's troubles at bay.
Yeah, it did get kind of chilly, huh? Come on, let's head home. All right then, Mr. Edgeworth. Catch you again soon. Doing her voice is so fun. I picked such a fun voice for her. Hey, you! Yeah, you! How about some delicious parting clouds, cotton candy to brighten up your day?
Parting clouds. Is it named for the fact that we're so close to the clouds up here?
Our gimmick is we take normal servings of cotton candy and we split it in half. Part it, if you will. Half the candy, same price. Double the profit. We're laughing all the way to the bank.
I don't think your customers will be laughing if you keep sharing that information quite so freely.
No! Fucking... I want to look at where Kay fell! Or where Kay saw the person coming from. I want to observe that. Let me observation that. All right. Railing and like hair equals standing. Those two things don't make sense together. Fuck!
That doesn't add up.
I thought we were gonna point out how the... Whatever. Okay, so we're missing something. But I feel like I've touched everything. Hello? Hey! Why were you in the tree?
Hi. Okay. Don't mind me. I was just lying in wait. As that will make you a criminal, Kay. Perhaps you meant to say lying low. Oh, yes. That. Nevertheless, I doubt people will look kindly on a suspect haunting the site of her supposed crime. Surely you understand that, even in your current state. On top of which, while you have been playing hide-and-go-seek, I've been worried sick and frantically trying to find you. Are you mad at me? Of course I am. And now, what were you thinking coming back here? Did you think your amnesia would excuse your recklessness? No. I came to try and help you get your badge back. What? I thought if I could get my memory back, I might be able to remember killing that poor woman. I thought if I came back to where I lost my memory, maybe I could...
Kay, oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
There's one thing you haven't lost, you know. Your ability to surpass my expectations at every turn. I couldn't be more certain now that you're the Kay I know. You're the Kay that I know so very well. However, I don't appreciate you being so reckless. Do you hear me? I'm sorry.
Seriously, Miles? You're killing me here. You were banking good guy points, and then you went it by... Jesus Christ, I can't talk. You were banking good guy points, and then you went and blew it by blowing your top. Okay, no, Eddie, fuck off. You were being so good this case. You were so good at the end of last case, and you were so good now, but now you're making me upset. Why are you like this, Eddie? Miles is very rightfully pointing out that Kay coming back here was a stupid idea. A stupid idea, and she's been so reckless. And she shouldn't have done that. While also acknowledging that she had the right thing in mind. Miles is being incredibly kind and patient with Kay here. Miles has done everything right. Good to see you, kiddo. Glad you're safe. Come on, bring it in.
Okay.
That's the spirit. Not now, Fender. Yeesh. I was just trying to lighten the mood.
Live news from the big building. Live news now from Big Building, where a shocking murder took place earlier today. Police continue their hunt for a young woman known to have been present at the scene. She's considered the prime suspect, and police say no effort is being spared in trying to track her down.
Oh, mama. They're not messing around, huh? Well, team, what's the plan? Looks like the clock's ticking down and fast.
Indeed. It's only a matter of time before they find us.
Alright, first things first. Okay, you're sticking for us. You're sticking with us for now on, capiche?
But I've caused you so much trouble already. You can hardly make things any worse for me at this point. Mr. Edgeworth.
Then it's settled. We're in this together, like the Three Musketeers. Oh yeah, no, Edgeworth will shove everyone out of the way to be able to be the first person to hug Kay once she's feeling better. Miles here will be in charge of proving Kay's innocent. And I will, believe me. So I'm gonna need you to do everything you can to help him with his investigating, okay, Kay?
Yes, of course.
Great. And now we gotta move quick. Can't be getting bagged by the boys in blue before we've even started. You two may not have any more to lose, but your Uncle Eddie sure does. Yeah, no, Eddie still has his job. It would probably be bad for him to be found harboring a criminal. Gregory would never forgive me if I got the family office shut down. Thank you, Fender. I'm sure I owe you more than I'll ever really know. Alright, Kay. How you feeling? Oh, most certainly. After all this is over, Edgeworth is firmly becoming Dad.
I hope I've been of help to you so far.
What you remember?
I came back here because I thought it might jog my memory.
How about we go over what you remember one more time?
Okay. I was standing under the tree, sheltering from the rain. Then I saw a person in a red raincoat. And then they pushed me.
Can you remember anything specific about the person in the raincoat?
I'm sorry. I just can't recall anything. Oh, but there is one thing. I could see the moon over their shoulder as it came closer and closer. As they came closer and closer.
The moon? Huh. The moon's in the... Unless it was, like, super, super early in the morning, the moon wouldn't be on that side. Huh.
It was in the exact same place it is right now. Floating up there above the cherry blossoms.
Wait, but you were standing under the cherry blossoms.
So the moon was visible over the mysterious figure's shoulder.
Huh. That's new information. I should keep it in mind. Other regulations?
I keep feeling like there's something just on the edge of my memory.
There is. It could be the clue we need. Alright, just let it float on the top of your mind and say whatever comes into your thoughts.
Alright. I'm seeing... It's very faint, but I'm seeing a small restaurant, just a counter and some seats. And there's this incredible smell. A beautiful golden soup, not too thick, and it tastes just right. And it's filled with delicious noodles. They're firm, but not too firm. And that's when a thought crossed my mind. I'm gonna order another bowl.
A captivating memory, but sadly one that has nothing to do with the case. Okay, never change. I love her so much. Alright, Kay Faraday. You used to say you were the second great thief Yatagarasu. A noble outlaw dedicated to stealing the truth. Do you really not remember any of that?
Oh, I think you're right. I was a noble.
Not a noble, Kay. A noble outlaw. Still, I suppose you got halfway there. Oh, sweet Kay. Ha! Can I feel like I've checked this before, but can I rebind escape? Confirm, cancel. No! I can't rebind cancel as escape, and it sucks. No! I did it again. Okay, logic. Because the cherry blossom stuff does not make sense with the tree. Fuck! No, it does add up, Edgeworth. Stop gaslighting yourself. Kay saw the moon shining over the shoulder of the person in the red raincoat at the same point in the sky tonight. Kay remembers standing beneath the cherry tree. Those two things can't exist at the same time. Kay was pushed by the person in the red raincoat who had walked towards... Okay, is it those two? I feel like that's less of a contradiction than the cherry blossom. Thinking back over what Kay has said, the person in the raincoat approached her from the direction of the concession stand, which implies that she was pushed over the railing on the side opposite of the stand. She also said that she could see the moon over the person's shoulder. But when we checked just now, the moon was in a different location than expected. Yet, Kay claims that it's currently in the same spot in the sky as the night of the incident. This throws the position of the moon and the person in the raincoat out of alignment. I think her memories may have become confused somehow. What's more, if she really had been pushed over that railing, she would have never survived the fall. Therefore, I must conclude that she may not have fallen where she thought she did. Is there a different point in this fall over the railing after all? You may have fallen, Kay, but it couldn't have been over that railing. Because if you had, you wouldn't be alive now to tell the tale. But I definitely remember standing under that tree. If I was pushed, the only way I could have fallen is over the railing. Isn't it? Not unless the ground opened up and swallowed you whole. The ground can just open up like that? How? My bad. Not a joking matter. Sorry, kiddo. But it may also be closer to the truth than you think, Fender. Let's take another look at the ground in that area. The trap door! I tried to click on it like 8 times! That's the thing that's been interesting me the most about this roof since we first got up here! Vindication! Let's take another look at the ground in that area. There's a chance we might have missed something. I didn't miss it! I did not miss it! Kay couldn't have fallen over the railing. So where did she fall? There must be a clue around here somewhere. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. It's so obviously a trap door! What's this? Looks like a service hatch. Kay, do you think you might have fallen down here instead? Nah. Oh, wait, no, I thought that was Kay. Nah, you'd never be as clumsy as that. It doesn't matter if she was clumsy or not, she was pushed! I'm sorry. I just can't say one way or another. My bad, kiddo. Just another one of my silly movings. You don't have to take me so seriously, you know. I don't? Never? Well, maybe not never. If I told you to leap lyrically into my arms... Fender. Chill, Miles Roney. Where's your sense of whimsy? So, never then. Ouch. Talk about a deep cut. The ground here is covered with cherry blossoms. Even though the tree's not in full bloom yet, the strong wind up here is blowing the petals right off. Yeah, no, Miles is like, Kay, never listen to anything Fender says. It's for the best. It would have been nice if they thought to tidy up just a little, though. I like the petals on the floor, Edgeworth. I think they look pretty. Alright, anything else? Nope. I must hit escape again. Not being able to rebind that sucks. Okay, so what am I missing to touch? Ooh. Uh-oh. 17 17-year-old thought in connection with lawyer slaying. What the fuck is that sentence? As you can see, they're still hard at work up on the 15th floor. That's where the 50th floor, sorry. That's where the Committee for the Prosecutorial Excellence holds their disciplinary hearings, correct? Oh wait, wow, was that two different people? I'm horrible at reading. That's where the committee holds their prosecutorial excellence Jesus Christ, that's the worst name ever for anything ever, by the way. That's where the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence holds their disciplinary hearings, correct? That's right. There have been people walking by the windows all evening. This is one serious investigation. Well, this doesn't make our chance of getting out of here with Kay any rosier. We'll have to find a way to slip past the press. I'm a cool and mysterious customer, Miles Roney, but not a spy. Maybe we can use him as a decoy if things get desperate. Okay, whatever you're thinking, quit it. I can tell it doesn't end well for me. No. I think we should use Eddie as a decoy. I think that would be funny. Well, what am I deducing here? Ooh. Oh my god, we don't have our badge! They took our badge! I mean, we gave it up, but they took our badge. Are we going to deduce that there was a way into the committee room without a key card because of where the hatch would be? Oh, not profiles. Key card. This piece of... nope, okay. This piece of evidence clearly contradicts what we're seeing on the television. You sure about that, big guy? It seems pretty okay to me. Yeah, no, we should... Honestly, a good way to sneak Kay out might just be to put her in Gumshoe's coat. That might be our best bet here, honestly. If the thing that's not right... Wait, what? As you can see, they're still hard at work up on the 15th floor. No, the big building has 50.
Eureka!
A question. How many floors does this building have? Easy. 50. Right? Kinda ironic that just a few feet below where the committee works is ugly little schemes. It's a place where starry-eyed young romantics come to wish forever lasting smoochy times. But then... what's that dark space above the 15th floor? I'm so confused about what floor is what. I'm so confused here. Because the committee... Wait. I'm so confused here. The committee is on the 50th floor. This is the 50th floor, the one that's lit up, because they're investigating in there. The news anchor said 15th. But then there's a floor... What is going on here? The gloomy underbelly of love? Wait a minute. Exactly. The committee chamber is supposed to be on the top floor, directly beneath the viewing platform. But it actually appears to be located one floor below that. Clearly contradicting the supposed facts. Maybe whoever wrote the pamphlet made a mistake. Somehow I don't think so. Call me crazy, but... yes. There appears to be a hidden 51st floor. Wow. And that's where they keep the gloomy underbelly of love? My heart. You didn't need to take it quite so literally, Kay. Good. Then perhaps we can take this more seriously instead. Come on. Have you met me, Miles? That might be easier said than done. It'll still be easier than trying to enjoy your so-called jokes. It's a committee chamber. It's supposed to be on the topmost floor. But there seems to be another floor above it. What on earth could be happening there? Okay. We found our logic. Down the hatch. And the 51st floor. How was a whole floor beneath the 50th and the view between the 50th and the viewing platform remained undetected all this time? You got me there. Kind of hard to hide a secret set of stairs going up to it, if you ask me. That's precisely it. Things like stairs that are normally out in the open, going unnoticed by people, seems a bit impossible. Which can only mean that the 51st floor can't be reached by ordinary means. Okay, but like, people would notice. People would be like, hey, why is everyone saying this building's got 50 floors, but there's a 51st? Then we'll just have to read it through extraordinary means, right? I don't know about extraordinary means. Maybe let's go for unconventional. Indeed. Consider, if you will, the hatch we found by the cherry tree. What would you expect to find on the other side of such a hatch? A room of some kind, perhaps? Oh, a secret room? Now you're talking my language. Let's go take a look. You're also talking my language. I love secret rooms. Secret tunnel! Ugh. Alright, there we go. What is this place? Look at all that stuff down there. Is it a storeroom? Whatever it is, I think we can safely say that this is where you fell. Go team! Strike one mystery off the list. Yes, but the great mystery of Kay's memory loss remains unsolved. Also, that then brings up the question of, how did anyone find her? Was she moved out of that room after she was pushed? We have a red rain-coated figure who can walk on air to account for among many other things. Hey, can a guy bask in his success for a second? Eddie, you didn't do anything here. This was all me. So we found a hidden storeroom. I vote we scooch down and check it out. We have pretty much exhausted everything up here, and it can't hurt to take a look. Yay! Secret room! I love secret rooms. I would have a house full of secret rooms if I could. Emma! Oh my god, I didn't know she was in this cave! Oh my god! Is that you, Mr. Edgeworth? I have to find a little more distinct voice for Emma than, so she doesn't sound as much like Kay. I love Emma so much. Emma, well, what are you doing here? I heard about what happened from Detective Gumshoe. I was in the area, so I thought I'd come by and see what was going on. This is Emma Sky. She's a high school student, currently studying in Europe to become a forensic scientist. The younger sister of a former superior of mine. We've also stood in court together. The detective called me up in a panic. He said your badge fell off. Never change, Detective Gumshoe, never change. Ooh, I don't know if I can do a Boston accent. How do you do a Boston accent? What does that sound like? I'm trying to remember now. He said her badge fell off the big building and that Kay was in a man suit and... Hold it right there. Didn't you just leave to go back to Europe a few days ago? And you're back again already? Yep, I'm here with one of my professors. But not to do any schoolwork or anything. Just some... interpreting. Then shouldn't you be off doing that instead of gallivanting around a crime scene? She's becoming a little European. I don't know where Emma's voice is going, but I'm rolling with it.
No, it's fine. There's this wonderful thing called body language, after all.
That's not an actual language, Emma.
Anyways, never mind me. This is about Kay. How is she? Where is she?
Oh, shucks. Isn't that sweet, K-Meister? Your little friend's worried about. Jesus Christ, all my voices are muddling together. Ah, shucks. Isn't that sweet, K-Meister? Your little friend is worried about you.
Oh, yeah. Who's this guy? Don't tell me you went and got a new assistant, Mr. Edgeworth.
Very funny, young lady. It's actually the other way around, I'll have you know. Eddie Fender, attorney at law, and senior partner at Edgeworth & Co. Law Office.
Edgeworth.
So you are his assistant! Wait, attorney? Once again, if attorney tries to convince everybody that prosecutors aren't also attorneys.
It's just, when were you a defense attorney?
I'm not. To say it's complicated is an understatement. Let's not sweat the details for now, yeah? First things first.
But an attorney, Mr. Edgeworth? Really?
Oof, it's like I'm not even here.
What is this? Some kind of weird experiment?
Perhaps we should head down below. I'll explain there.
I agree. The police could be here any minute. And who's this?
I'll explain later, Emma. Come on, time to go. Edgeworth is just wrangling his children and Eddie and shoving them down this secret hatch.
Oh, all right. But you better explain yourself, Mr. Hotshot Pro Attorney?
Trust me, I'll explain that too. Alright, everyone, down the tunnel. Edgeworth is just frantically trying to get everybody down the tunnel before the police get up here. Okery-dokery-doo. Down the hatch we go. To be continued. I'm gonna keep going, by the way. I still feel good. My throat doesn't hurt all that much, and we're making good progress. But I'm gonna use the bathroom before we continue. I'm not sure where Emma falls on the child scale. In the family dynamic. I'm not quite sure where she falls, but she's definitely in there somewhere. Alright. I will be right back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom before we continue. Alright. I have returned. I have to grab myself a little snack, which I know, smart idea for a game where I'm the only one talking, but I'm hungry. It's just fruit. I can eat fruit. Oh my god, I spilled it everywhere. All right. April 5th, 7:06 p.m. We don't know where the fuck we are. It's dark as a grave down here. Can't see the nose in front of my ruggishly handsome face. Oh, I'm out of breath from running up the stairs. Watch your step, Emma.
Ouch! I hit my head on something.
Make your way down slowly, Kay. I don't want you to slip.
Oh, yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
There's gotta be a light switch somewhere. Ha! Bingo. Holy shit! Hey, there's the suitcase from the airline. And that's where Kay probably grabbed the mask from. What else is here? That's the Steel Samurai baby. The Iron Infant. I think that big statue was on the plane as well. This is... So the hidden 51st floor really is being used as a storeroom. We'll need to take a careful look over all these items. I did know that. That's a really interesting psychology thing. That, like, our brains literally just block out our nose. So that, like, we do have an easier time seeing. Ah! I keep dropping fruit. Good afternoon. It is afternoon for me. Hold on, I'm gonna take another bite of my fruit before we continue. I get these frozen fruit cups from the store. They're absolutely delicious.
All right, Mr. Edgeworth, you promised me an explanation or three.
I did indeed. Where to even start? Yeah, let's fill Emma in.
Wow, a lot's been happening, huh? What a case.
It's not supposed to fill you with excitement, Emma.
It seems like you've gotten yourself into a real pickle, Mr. Prosecutor Attorney.
I'm not an attorney or a prosecutor anymore.
No, you are!
Prosecutors and attorneys are the same thing. There's prosecuting attorneys and there's defense attorneys. They're both attorneys. Alright, I ate all my fruit, so no more interruptions.
Well, whatever you are, I think it's time for science to lend a helping hand.
Don't worry, I brought my entire kit with me. Well, if you're sure.
Are you kidding?
I live for moments like this. Here, let's make this all official.
Good working with you again, Mr. Edgeworth.
And you, Miss Guy. Emma is insane, and I love her for that. And then there were 4. Right, everyone, let's get to work. I'd like to also consider Gumshoe one of our allies here, even though he's... Gumshoe's dealing with stuff on the inside. I want to know where that elevator goes. Looks like it goes down? It's something we'll surely want to investigate further, but we should look around up here first. Aye, aye, Captain. Let me know if you find anything juicy.
I'll keep trying to see what I can remember. I'll let you know if anything comes to mind. Thank you, Kay. Emma? Ready, willing, and able to investigate, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, then. Very well. Then let's begin. God, I love Emma. She's insane. Alright. First things first, let's look at the wall of masks. It's kind of creepy. All these masks lined up here in the dark.
Gumshoe is part of the gang, even if he's off infiltrating the inside of the investigation.
I'm not a fan of horror movies, I take it. No way. That stuff is so unscientific.
I think you mispronounced terrifying.
I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
Well, let's start by looking at the Steel Samurai.
It's the Steel Samurai and the Nickel Samurai. The Nickel Samurai always seems kind of pleased with himself, to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not just about being skinny and cool, you know? There's more to it than that.
Emma dissing the Nickel Samurai is hilarious, and I love it.
I'm Team Steel all the way.
You've just got... I love Edgeworth! Edgeworth is like, yes, more fans of the Steel Samurai!
You've just gone up in my estimation, Emma. She's not the only She's the only heroine the Steel Samurai needs.
You can say that again. I love the Pink Princess.
You watch shows like that, Emma?
Of course. You love them too, right?
Well, I don't really know all that much about them, but sure.
Liar! Lying liar who lies!
Really? Because I saw that Steel Samurai figure in your office, so I thought...
Ugh. I can't believe even Emma's seen it. Alright, let's deduce. Chess and Steel Samurai are, in fact, Edgeworth's special interests.
Eureka!
Kay was carrying a Gemin ninja mask when she was found. But it looks like it might have originally come from this hook. Scientifically speaking, that doesn't seem like a crazy hypothesis. Which would mean that Kay really was here. As you put it, not a crazy hypothesis. But why? Did she come to steal something, maybe? There's all kinds of stuff here. Because she's a great thief who steals the truth, I suppose. No, I think it's too early to jump to any conclusions. There's a selection of masks arranged on the rack here. There's even a Steel Samurai. What an impressively authentic likeness it is, too. The scientist in me senses something strange, though. A lack of consistency, you know? In the sense that the characters represented here feels a little haphazard somehow. I don't disagree.
Yeah, it is weird. There's the Pink Princess, the Gemin Ninja, the Steel Samurai, and the Nickel Samurai. Also, the Nickel Samurai does always look pleased with himself. But maybe that's the Mad on Guard hater in me. Oh, dude, Edgeworth would go on for hours about how to win any chess game ever. I don't recognize this character or this character or these characters, but then we have a bunch of the Badgers and another character down there.
There's even an empty space here.
Yeah, just an empty hook, right in the middle.
Is someone using that one, perhaps? That mask! That's global hero Onikopon. And why is that so shocking?
You really don't know?
Everything about that show is secret. When it's on TV, who makes it? So the merchandise is super rare. It sounds to me like whoever made it may have something gone out of business. That's Captain Saipan. He's super popular overseas. Everybody loves dressing up like him. Kids, adults, you name it. I find the flower on his head a little excessive myself. What TV shows are these from? I don't know a whole lot about it, but I believe it's called The Students of the Starry School. It's about an elementary school. It's about an elementary school where the students are all superheroes. So their masks are modeled on safety helmets or something, right? And maybe the number of eye slits tells you their student ID number? So the one on the left would be number 1, and the one on the right is number 2. I suppose that could be it, yes. That would mean a ton of flips for the kid with the highest ID numbers. I have to admit to being a little intrigued by this show now. Oh, I can't look at the blue badgers. I hate the blue badger. Wish I could rebind the keys. Oh, I'm still missing something here. Oh, I'm just missing little fun stuff. I like the fun stuff, though. These are all case files from various murders? What? Why would they be in here? They should be safely under lock and key at the courthouse or the prosecutor's office, which would suggest that somebody removed them without permission. Something very suspicious is going on here, and we need to find out more. Okay, so there's, like, numbers on everything. Are those price tags? Huh. These are... What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? If I'm not mistaken, several of these items on display here are pieces of evidence from old cases of mine. But what are they doing here? Wait, yeah, a lot of these... Wait, this is the oil lamp. And that's the Bink. That's the perfume Callisto Yu wears, and that's the Iron Infant. I don't recognize the bull or the like towel. Maybe this is where the committee stores stuff it's looking into? It can't be. Evidence like this is stored at the police department. They don't keep stuff at the prosecutor's office too? When a case is ongoing, yes, but once the last trial has finished up, it's supposed to go right back to the precinct. Unless there's a very good reason for it to go elsewhere. And yet, here it all is. There's no point in trying to figure out the whys right now. I should take a closer look at it. They all have labels. Labels with numbers printed on them? Exhibit numbers, maybe? You said they were pieces of evidence, right? Yeah, that blue badger is terrifying. I hate the blue badger. Yes, but judging by how the numbers are written in the items themselves, I guess these are prices. Ew. Prices? I wouldn't have guessed that. Wait, but none of this stuff could be worth that much money, could it? Evidence from crimes? Yeah, you could certainly put a number on that. The prices are very high indeed. It's no wonder she's surprised. I must examine all of these in detail. Oh wait, and that's the safe from Manny Kochin's office, I think. Huh. That's a cute little doll. It kind of looks like the Steel Samurai. It's actually the Iron Infant, son of the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess. He was born burdened with the knowledge that he too would one day be called upon to fight for justice. I can't imagine the pressure that must have been that must have put him under more than most people could bear. Yeah, this might have something to do with the smuggling ring. Yes, he's young, but you can sense it nonetheless. A certain tragic refinement. Mr. Edgeworth, are you even listening to me? Of course. I have no idea what I'm doing for Emma's voice, by the way. I'm just going for it. A bottle of ink and a lantern. Both pieces of evidence from a previous case of mine. But why? What's all this stuff? Why's all this stuff that's related to you? What?
God, I can't talk.
But why? What's all the stuff that's
Jesus Christ, I can't talk. Apologies.
But why? What's all this stuff that's related to you doing here? It's not as if any of this was in my possession for any length of time. The duration of the case, and no longer. Perhaps this is all nothing but a coincidence. Seriously? A coincidence? I never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth. We must always face up to the facts of a situation, however strange they may be. Isn't that what scientists believe too? You want to talk about what scientists believe? Settle in. This may take a while. It's a small bottle. One I've seen before. Oh, that's all? Nothing else to add? Well, no. What more did you want me to say? Hold up. I've got to write this down. Mr. Edgeworth can turn even the most boring topics into something picturesque with his explanations. Next time, try taking those kind of notes in silence.
No, let me look at the safe!
Okay. Oh, I can't look at the Steel Samurai or the mannequin either. Okay. Aw, isn't he cute? Isn't he a cutie? Look at this fluffy little guy. That's the stuffed animal we found at Gold Lake.
Is it? I don't remember that at all. Like, at all. Oh, wait! It was in the president's plane, wasn't it? How did you get that?
Yeah. He should be in the possession of the prosecutor in charge of that case. So how did he wind up here? Aw, but look! He's missing his left horn! He is, but I've never... he is, but he never had it in the first place, at least not as far as we ever saw. Defective merchandise, huh? Then we'll need to contact the manufacturer and demand a recall. Now that I come to think of it, why would anyone give the president a broken toy to begin with? Huh.
No, wait, I wanted to look at the cloth!
So this storeroom is actually more of a stock room. It would seem so, much as it pains me to consider such a thing. What kind of person sells off evidence from serious criminal cases? And to who? Who would even want to pay for all this stuff?
You'd be shocked, Emma. You'd be shocked. I mean, there's like multiple museums, I think, full of stuff serial killers own. I'd love to go visit them. That sounds so interesting. Dude, I should go visit one of those museums and blog it, and then I can write it off as like business expense or something. I should start doing that with my channel more. Write it off as expenses and stuff. That would be so cool. No, I would love to go visit. Honestly, I think there's one of those serial killer museums kind of near where I live. Listen, I live in the state most known for producing serial killers. That's kind of our thing. As painful as it is, that's kind of our thing.
Somebody clearly. The price tags are proof of that.
I would love to visit the catacombs. That seems cool as fuck.
Wow. People will really collect anything, huh? Fascinating. That's odd. This is the only...
Oh, wait. Sorry, that's Emma.
That's odd. This is the only spot with nothing on it. But it still has one of those signs in front of it. Indeed. And look, there's an outline in the dust on top of the cloth.
Isn't that from the last case? Isn't that... Am I making... That looks like the shape of the horrid teapot. Okay, listen, I'm not a serial killer. Just a lot of people from my state are. Like, a disturbing number. I'm not proud of it. I'm just pointing out a statistic. And it's a disturbing statistic.
I'd say something was probably sitting on there until right recently, wouldn't you? You know what? I think you might be right, but, I'm drawing a blank trying to imagine what. Well, I might have an idea. A star-shaped outline. Don't we have a piece of evidence that might well be connected?
Oh, do we? I thought it was the... Oh, it's the candelabra. I thought it was going to be the worst teapot ever.
Eureka!
The outline in the dust matches the bottom of the candelabra. Exactly. I'd say there's a very strong chance this is where a murderer took it from. Which would mean the candelabra was evidence from another case? It certainly seems likely, but it's not our concern right now. The key thing to note is that the murder weapon was taken from the storeroom. Ah! Oh, there's more. What am I missing?
I don't care if it's just silly conversation stuff. It's always interesting.
Check that, check that. Oh. A mannequin, huh?
Oh, wait, I know. All thanks to my powers of scientific deduction, of course. It's evidence from an old case of yours, right?
Not this time. I've never seen it before in my life. It doesn't seem to fit with the other items in this room either. For one thing, it doesn't have a price tag. So why is it here?
Maybe it was wearing a piece of clothing evidence, but that evidence was bought.
Scientifically speaking, I'd say this looks like some kind of wooden icebox. Yeah, the chains are probably to stop the cold air from escaping. I don't mean to contradict you, Emma, but this isn't just a box. But isn't this just a box for storing clothes in? The wood is imbued with a natural repellent that keeps moths away. Oh, yeah, sure.
Guess you could look at it that way, too.
And keeping your clothes chilled would be nice for the summer, right? Still not prepared to let go of that particular part of your hypothesis, I see. A bunch of trophies, and oh look! Someone left a walkie-talkie here! It looks to me like it was put there deliberately, or rather like it's on display, to be honest. Hey, there's batteries in here too. It could be useful. Let's take it with us. No, nobody will mind if we use it for a little while. Will they? I can take it to the police station afterwards. Someone's starting to sound like a certain great thief.
Oh, wow. Hi, Mr. Monkey. Right, that's Mr. Monkey, right? From Global Studios.
Whoa. That's one heck of a desk. I wonder who it belonged to. There are 4 male figures acting as legs holding up the tabletop in this center.
It's hideously cringy. I love Edgeworth.
And it doesn't even have the good decency to be cat.
I love Edgeworth so much! God, he's incredible.
And it doesn't even have the good decency to be camp enough to move back around.
I love Edgeworth so much.
Is this from one of your old cases too, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, I can't think of anyone related to any of my investigations with such ostensibly awful taste. At least I don't think there was. Oh, hold on. I wonder if that was Red White's desk. Because that feels like it's leading for it to be... Oh yeah, no, Kay taught Edgeworth what camp was. And Edgeworth has been so thankful ever since. Ace Attorney. Red White. What's his office? It is his desk! Holy shit, let me grab a picture. Let me put the picture in, hold on. god! I think not like enough to loop back around to camp. It's the perfect way to describe red white. That's incredible. Also, I'm so proud of myself for clocking that. I haven't replayed. I haven't replayed Case 2 in so long. That is a hideous desk. And it is nowhere near camp enough to be acceptable. That's incredible. Good on me for noting that. Alright, let's look at the cash. A pile of banknotes. Just left out for all to see. A little tasteless, wouldn't you say? No way. These are all $100 bills. That's a fortune right there. How many years would it take for you to make that much money, Mr. Edgeworth? That desk. I do want to talk about how horrid this desk is. That isn't even camp enough to be cool. That's not camp enough to be cool is the best way to describe red white. Please, Emma, I don't even want to think about it. What is that? Giant head thing. It's the head of the Great Miss Monkey. Yeah, like, that desk is in no way worth it. Regardless of how much money you have, that desk is not worth it. I remember the case well. But how did they even get it up here? Yeah, that's a big-ass head. Huh. Miss Monkey? That doesn't sound right. Are you sure you didn't get the name wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Or misremembered somehow? Don't be ridiculous. As if I'd make such a mistake. That desk is so JoJo Bizarre Adventure, and I've never even watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I know it's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. This statue. What is it? Got some new data for me? Not exactly. It's just something from a case I worked on. A piece of evidence. I believe it's called the Alfred statue? And there were two of them. A real one and a fake. Which one is this? It shouldn't be... It shouldn't be here, of all places. An old case, huh? I guess you've worked on a bunch of different... Lana! Jesus fucking Christ! I knew she was lurking somewhere in this game! I knew she was lurking somewhere in this game! I knew it! I knew she was here somewhere! Gotcha! A caught in the act, red-handed, guiltier than a tomcat covered in cream. My eyes. Ain't no stopping my staffing not till I get every dang detail and then some. Y'all think I'm about to let a bunch of dirty criminals go before I get the shot? Think again. We're not criminals. Yeah, sure. What is this sentence? Yeah, no, how much film does she have in her camera? Yeah, sure. Pull the other one, it's got bells on. This here's camera's a weapon of justice. It ain't about to be hogswoggled by your cheap denials. Oh. It's you. Uh-huh. You're that low-down, dirty jerk of prosecutor, aren't you? Who are you calling a low-down, dirty jerk? This is Lotta Hart, a photojournalist by trade. We've crossed paths on a few occasions, especially that one particular case. She's hard to forget, and even harder to get a word in edgewise with. Quit making that face, will ya? That's the face of a no-good schemer if I ever saw one. Edgeworth is so ready to punch. But Edgeworth is ready to throw hands. He has had a hard enough day. He does not need Lotta. It seems I didn't leave the best impression on her either. Well, it's payback time, Mr. Schema. You ought to be thankful. So all I want from you is a couple pictures. But we're just here to investigate. Sure you are. If by investigate you mean to pull the wool over a lot of miles wide eyes. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I thought she might listen to me. It didn't hurt to try, I guess. But we're probably better off leaving her alone for now. Yeah, no, Edgeworth has already been planning to subtract numbers from Japaniafornia's census. He's willing to add another one. Ah, there we go. You said the statue was a piece of evidence from an old case of yours, right? It's pretty weird looking, I have to say. It's known as the Alfred statue. The what? The Alfred statue. But it says here that it's called the Alfred statue. Alfred. What are you mothering about? Oh, nothing. Let's carry around looking, shall we? Oh. Kay, you should stay over here. You should just sit. Why don't you actually just stand by Eddie? I feel like that's probably better for you than being anywhere near Lotta. Oh boy, this whole experience is enough to boggle a guy's mind. Mysterious storerooms, down below in distress. It's kind of a lot. Could you at least try to take things a little more seriously, Fender? Hey, I can try. No, but seriously. I'm as keen to help Kay out as you are. She's safe with me. You go do your thing. It's not Kay I'm worried about. It's you. Alright, Lotta. Can I do logic before I talk to Lotta? Price tags, lots of money! I can do logic! I can avoid Lotta a little longer! We've seen items of old evidence marked with price tags along with huge piles of cash. I think it's pretty clear that somebody has been running an illicit trade in judicial goods. Shady deals on a hidden 51st floor. That's big. It has to be, right? I think it might be, but we'll need to investigate a little further yet. We'll need to find out more about what's going on here. If only there was an eyewitness we could interview. An eyewitness, huh? Alright, Lotta. Why exactly are you here, Miss Hart? Me? Told ya. I'm in it for the truth, for the good of good of society, and for little me, of course. I'm a photographer for the people. For the people? If you won't tell me the real reason you're here, perhaps I can hazard a guess. Somebody was carrying out an illicit police investigation trafficking scheme here in the storeroom. Oh, so she's after a juicy story. Makes sense. Well, how did you figure that out? I guess it means I don't have to tippy-toe around it anymore now. One of my sources told me on the down low about an underground auction. What? So all the items here were sold to the highest bidder. Folks were slinging money around like it was going out of fashion. I had to come see it for myself, of course. Get eyes on my subject, you know? Should have heard the tales my contract was telling. Taller than 2 trees. Well, so I thought at first. Anyhow, wasn't about to write up based on hearsay alone. So yesterday I snuck in, slunk behind this here statue and settled in to wait. Bidding started late last night and carried out right through the break of dawn. So the auction and the murder happened on the same night. A coincidence? A dirty deal for the secret storeroom. Talk about a story. Was there anything else on the sale apart from the items and the evidence? Was there anything else on sale apart from the evidence in this room? Sure. There were regular old stuff too. Shady artworks. Shady artworks from who knows where, that kind of thing. In what way are shady artworks regular? Oh wait, is that shady or shaddy? I can't tell. Those two words are too similar in my brain.
The evidence was a big draw, for sure. Reckon they were selling them faster than the crooks could smuggle them out of the cops and prosecutor shops. And I'll bet you got pictures of the whole thing, right, Miss Hart? Well, you see, the main event was down below. I had to try and see what I could from up here. Having been up here since yesterday, I assume you witnessed the entire auction from start to finish. It was an underground affair, like I said, so folks weren't exactly giving much away. All them customers came down one at a time from up on the roof up there. Oh. 3-1 masks, just as soon as they got down the ladder, and that ain't all. They had voice changer doodads on them, see? Teeny tiny ones thicker than a bug's behind. It's so you couldn't see their real faces and you couldn't hear their real voices, surreptitiously as all heck. You mean surreptitious, right? I surely do, sweet. Oh, I surely do. Sweet, sweet surreptity. Also not a word. Anywho, once they had their gear on, they went right on downstairs. Okay. And then in came the next one. And when it came time to leave, they all done the same, but in reverse. Up they came again, one by one. Okay, if you were hiding there, you surely had to see at least a few of their faces. Mask back on the hook and up the ladder and away. Whoa, that's a serious operation. All right. And how many participants were there? 11 altogether. I counted them when they came down the ladder. 4, 8, 12. Yeah, okay. So 11 and then K. Your stakeout. We didn't just hide behind the stupid statue the whole time, you know? You didn't? Then where were you? Well, when I first got here, You know what? That ain't important right now. So you were hiding behind the statue from the very beginning. Anywho, I watched all them folks come in from my spying spot there in the shadows. I see. So you were watching from behind the statue? They used that there elevator to go down below. And once they were all down there, I snuck up and took a peek at what was going on. You mean the elevator remained in the room beneath? Nah, they sent it back up. But there was a little peeky hole, if you know where to look. Elevators don't quite sit flush with the floor, see? And if you bend down and squint just right, you can see the whole shebang. Did you catch sight of who was in charge? Yeah, alright, sure, I guess I did. And it's half a good story if you don't get a glimpse of the evil ringleader, after all. I wonder who this ringleader is. I'll have to ask her some more. Wada, I swear to fucking God, you have to tell me. You mentioned a ringleader. Can you tell me any more about them? Y'all should know. I came here to get me an exclusive. An exclusive ain't much dang good if you done spilled the beans already. I see. So you don't actually know anything about them. You think that's why she won't give us an answer? Makes sense, I guess. Ugh, you got me! Couldn't see if it was a man or a woman, a kid or an old-timer, nothing! What were they wearing? Could you see that at least? Sure. White jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower on the lapel. That's 3 things. Them 3 things is what I remember. Hey! Oh god, we can't see her body in this one. We have to look at her actual corpse. Hey, who was wearing a white jacket, white gloves, and a pink flower on their lapel? I wonder who was the ringleader. Lana's only 25. I always forget she's younger than I always think she is. Emma's 18. Now I'm just curious about ages. Fuck-ass dude is 68. Eddie's 36. Rosie was 33. Verity's only 26? Damn. Sebby's 17. Franny's 19. I can't tell if she looks bad or good for 60. Okay, 17. Florence is 22. And Gumshoe is 32. description of the outfit if I don't got a clue who's wearing it? So this ringleader disguised their identity too, just like everybody else. Yes, sirree! Mask, voice changer, the whole 9 yards. They were wearing one of the masks. Which one? Let me see. Oh yeah! This guy, Zurvan. Zurvan? What kind of name is that? Seriously, Mr. Edgeworth? You never heard of Zurvan? He's global hero Onokabito's arch nemesis. Who hasn't heard of Zurvan who hasn't heard of Zurvan, the Time Lord? I think you might be better off asking who has. So you didn't get a glimpse at their face at all? No, I dang well didn't. Which kind of scotches my scoop? This whole mess has been nothing but a swipe on. This should have never come. Hey! Hey guys! Whose outfit is this exactly? Well, we know somebody who was dressed like that. Maybe I should try showing the evidence to Miss Hart. Let's show Lotta a dead body! Hey Lotta, you want to see a corpse? You said the ringleader was wearing a white jacket and white gloves and a magenta flower, correct? I sure did. Don't ask me why they was all dressed up like a peacock on a parade day, but they was. Is this the outfit you saw? Well, holy smokes! It sure as heck is. But, wait, so the big cheese is dead? All we know is that she's the victim in the case we're investigating. Her name was Rosie Winger. The Rosie Winger. God, I can't talk. Hold on, let me get a drink of water and then I'll continue. All my voices are merging together. Okay. Drink water. Water's really good for you. Her name was Rosie Ringer. Do you know her? Nope. So the ringleader was a lady? Well, ain't that just a slippery... Jesus Christ, Lotta is hard to talk for. Well, ain't that just a slippery and a danged eel, throwing me off with a man's jacket like that? I hardly think she did it to fool you, specifically. But setting that aside for now, what's important is that we've discovered something vital to the case. Namely that the underground auction was chaired by none other than our victim. So, somebody done bumped off the boss, huh? Then, that's what was happening. Yeah, Lotta could be a witness to what happened to Kay. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about how Lotta could have been a witness. Oh, nothing at all. You just gotta go about your business now. No offense, Miss Hart, but that made you sound about 5 times more suspicious. Suspicious, my foot! I told ya, it's nothing important! You won't get nothing more out of me than that! Wait, so there is more. How many dang times do I gotta tell ya? It ain't nothing, okay? I ain't saying nothing either way. You can tell us just a little more? Pretty please? Tell ya this, okay? I'm a journalist and a news hound, a scoop hunter, you hear? Exclusive articles go out, money comes in. That's how the game is played. Tell you more? Heck, I done told y'all too much already. Wait, what if I examined some fingerprints for you? Pro bono. What kind of cockamamie think you is that? I'd sooner get a tooth pulled. You want intel? You go dig it up yourselves. Just like I had to. Okay. I guess she isn't gonna talk to either of us. Oh, she will. I'll handle things from here, Emma. There is a certain technique I find useful when dealing with difficult customers such as her. She may not give up the information voluntarily, but that doesn't mean she can't be persuaded to. Logic time! It's logic chess time. Let's start by observing our opponent. I I ain't telling y'all nothing, you hear? Now quit wasting my time before I really blow a fuse.
As we've seen, she's very quick-tempered. She'll try to cut the conversation dead whenever possible. I won't have much time to think, so I'll need to be swift and decisive. Miss Hart is definitely hiding something from me. So my first move is to discover what that something is. Alright. Let's talk about this reasonably. I can see you're a little agitated, Miss Hart.
I'm calm down, you left wet. Will be...
Jesus Christ, I can't talk.
I'm calm down, you. Leastways I will be as soon as y'all quit yanking my dang chain. I don't know what her tell is. That's better. Being a news hound's all about keeping a cool head no matter what the world throws at you, see?
Speaking of news hounds, this might interest you. I met one a few days ago. She was a very hungry young reporter indeed. A reporter with a very particular turn of phrase. Similar to your own, in fact.
Oh, yeah? She spoke like me, huh? I guess that could be someone I know.
She was your apprentice. Her name is Tabby Lloyd. And if I had closed my eyes, I could have believed that I was listening to you. She told me about somebody she called the Chief. She was talking about you, wasn't she?
Oh, so y'all met Tabby, huh? Well, ain't that something? When y'all bump into her, she's a great kid, reckon?
Wait.
Oh, no, you don't. You ain't getting on my good side bringing her into this, you sneaky snake. Oh, you nearly had me, too.
Interesting. Talking about Miss Lloyd seemed to make her lower her guard a little. I think we can use that to our advantage. Tell me what you know. I need you to tell me everything you know, and don't you dare leave anything out.
Go jump in a creek, you big bully. Why should I tell you anything? You don't got nothing to do with me. Nor me with you neither.
Time to deploy my clue. I know your apprentice pretty well. I don't have anything to do with you. That's a little unkind, don't you think? After all, I know your apprentice. I know her pretty well, in fact.
Yeah, well, I guess it does seem kind of cold of me to say that if you do know her pretty good. Won't want the poor kid to think I don't give a rat's behind.
Good. Then you could tell us what you know.
Fine. See, it's like this. Got me a scoop. Wait, what am I thinking? Then you oughta... You can't let him bazoo you that easy.
What was that about a scoop?
Oh, forget it. It was nothing.
You have a scoop of some kind, don't you? How embarrassing. A professional journalist making a careless slip of the tongue. You have a scoop, don't you? Now, tell me what it is.
Oh, all right. I got me a scoop, a big one. But I can't just go blabbering about it all to y'all. I got bills to pay.
She may be hiding something very important. I have to get it out of her somehow. We need to know the details of the scoop. All right. She's quick to anger, but she's also quick to let key information slip. Now that we know that, the rest shouldn't be too hard. Let's see what else we can get out of her. Is it related to the auction? This scoop of yours, does it have anything to do with the auction?
You know what? I clean forgot.
But you tried to infiltrate the underground auction. It only stands to reason that you observed something. Otherwise, what would you have to write about?
I don't know what to tell ya. Didn't hear nothing.
If you didn't hear the sound of nothing, does that mean you did hear the sound of something? Something during your time in this room?
Well, see, it was nothing, Willie. It was just a little noise, is all. Wouldn't even make page 16. Forget I mentioned it.
So something happened during the auction. Something that made a noise of some kind. This could be a valuable clue. Your big scoop involves something criminal in nature, doesn't it?
Meh. Might be it did. Might be it didn't.
Which is it? There's something important.
All right. You don't gotta holler at me like that. I ain't
done nothing shameful or nothing. Just stuck in and did some undercover reporting. Girl, that is shameful. I'll be the judge of whether your actions were shameful or not. An unlawful entry into private property is very shameful indeed. In fact, criminal. In fact, it's a crime. Yeah, right. You did the exact same thing, genius. I guess you're a prosecutor, huh? You're allowed to do stuff like that. Let's not mention the fact that I handed in my badge, shall we? Still, it don't amount to a whole hail of beans, right? There's folks out there who've done way worse. Murder for one. Next to murder, trespassing ain't hardly nothing. So your scoop is about a murder. From your mutterings about murder just now, I gather that your scoop has something to do with a homicide. Nah, I was just talking about hypothetical-like. You know, about murder being the big one and all. Ain't nothing worse than murder. Not the most skillful evasion I've heard in my career. Look, I done told you, okay? I stuck into the auction. I'll cop to that. But murder? I don't know nothing about no murder. Ain't seen nothing, ain't heard nothing. Skazana. Time to deploy my clue. But you did hear something, didn't you? You told me you heard something during the auction. You claim it wasn't important, but it must have been. Otherwise, why remember it? I think it was something very memorable indeed. In fact, I believe it was the cry of a murder victim. How do you keep doing that? Right, it's true. I wound up snap dab in the middle of a murder scene, but only by accident. That's what you're getting out of me. Won't be no scoop left otherwise. The murder is heartless. It must be the same murder we ourselves have been investigating. That should prove to be a very valuable piece of information indeed. Perhaps we should finish by confirming the credibility of her claim. Ooh, I'm doing really good at this mind chess. I have her on the back foot now. Time to finish this. Okay, were you really in the middle of the scene? You said you wound up in the middle of a murder scene. Is that really true? You're calling me a liar now? Hoo-wee! Now I'm mad, real mad. I'm a journalist. How am I gonna tell stories if folks can't trust me? Trust that I'm telling the truth. I got me a motto, you know, faster than anybody, honester than everybody. A motto, huh? That could be an important clue. I should bear it in mind. There's something you're still not telling me. Be honest, Miss Hart. I know there's something you're still not telling me. Ain't nothing left to tell, dang it. I done spilled my guts already. Edgeworth looked especially done with her that time. I don't even have, I don't even have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. I'd rather try another track. Tell me more about the incident. I need you to describe the murder in detail. It's vitally important. Wish I could help y'all, but I don't really recall a whole bunch. And much I can tell you, sorry. I mean, look at me. I can't even get my facts straight half the time. Time to deploy my clue. I thought you were honester than everybody. I can't imagine that being so vague on the facts is a trait valued among journalists. Surely accuracy and honesty are what's necessary when reporting a story. Well, see, it seems your so-called information is not credible after all. Look, there was a murder, and I was there. I can't even prove it. You can prove it. You can prove it. Can you? How? I got it right here. Wait, no! I got it right. Wait, you heard that? I was just talking to myself. Don't think nothing of it. She's still hiding something. This is a very vital clue. I need to use it to maximum effort. There's still something you're not telling me. Be honest, Miss Hart. I know there's something you're still not telling me. Ain't nothing left to tell, dang it. I thought we spilled my guts already. Time to deploy my clue. You're definitely still hiding something. I know you've been keeping something from me. And that something is proof. Proof related to the murder you witnessed. Proof sound enough to form the basis of the story you're hoping to sell. Jack! Dang it!
yeah? Come clean, okay? That's what you want right here. Then snap me a photo. For now, you better be.
And that's checkmate. Woo! I honestly like Mind Chess so much.
I can't believe I let that happen. Betrayed by my own big mouth.
Well, it happened. So it's time to tell us everything.
I saw the whole thing. Watched that auction from start to finish. But you didn't just watch it, right? You took pictures too. Yeah, about that. So, like I said, I was spying on the whole thing right from the get-go.
Let Ace Attorney characters say fuck. I think that would be so funny. I just want to hear Lana go, ah, fuck! Because I mean, same.
They were all shouting up bids, and then somebody wins something, and blam comes down the hammer. Head up on stairs and pay, shouted the old ringleader, and then the whole thing starts over again. Anyhow, as soon as it happened, I had to think quick. That's when I ran behind their statue and hid.
And who was it that eventually appeared?
Didn't see nothing, but I heard something that made me pretty sure it was whoever paid the winning bid. The sweet, sweet sound of cold hard cash.
I'm not sure I have any idea what that sounds like. The sound of someone counting bills, perhaps?
Anyhow, the deal was you setting your bill up here. I heard two people yabbering for a little while.
Oh, wait, so two people came up on the elevator?
You betcha. I guess the other one was our friend, the ringleader. Anyways, yabba yabba yabba, on it goes for a little while, then a scream. Well, that shook me up pretty good, so I hunkered down in my hiding place and tried to stay out of sight.
So you didn't see the moment of the murder?
Nah, but I heard it real good. You didn't even try and help whoever was being attacked? Quit trying to be funny, girlie. It don't suit you none. Just a dainty little journalist on her lonesome. Y'all think I was fixing to jump in and save the day?
Dainty.
Anyhow, there was a bunch of rustling sounds. Right about when that was happening, I got feeling pretty bad about what I'd done.
Does that make sense, I guess?
After all, you didn't remember to get out my camera and even snap a single picture.
Oh, Emma, this should not be shocking.
Skip like that, drop right in my lap and I miss it. Somebody ought to tear my hide. Anyhow, and then a little more time goes by and there's a kind of clattering noise. And I'm there thinking, gotta get the shot this time, and so I grabbed one real quick from in the shadows there.
Could we see the photograph?
Do I have to? Here.
Cool, thanks. Great. That's an incredible photo, Lana. Lana? That's not Lana, that's Lana. Lana's the prosecutor. Lana's the prosecutor from Rise of the Ashes. I think Lana could throw a punch. That's... Oh! I wonder if the person in the red raincoat isn't exactly Shelly the killer, but is wearing the same raincoat he did from that case. The person in the red raincoat. Oh, the one who attacked Kay. So Kay, the raincoated assailant, also attacked the victim here in the storeroom. And proceeded up the roof where they assaulted Kay. Huh. There's only one person in this picture. Where's the victim?
Weird, huh? Who all did the same thing? Heard two people, but there was only one in the shot I got.
Well, the victim's probably on the floor. Yeah, no, okay, listen, I think Lana could throw if she punched someone, I think it would do something, but I don't think she could actually land the punch.
I heard two people, but there was only one in the shot I got. And I didn't see nobody nowhere else in the room, neither. But that's the killer, alright. This way, I'm Sure it is. So are we saying the victim disappeared?
The victim was probably sent back down on the elevator.
How did you know it was the killer just by looking?
Because they're literally red-handed with blood? How else would that get there?
And the auction just carried on after that?
Sure did. They just went right along like nothing had happened. Rich folks is crazier than a box of frogs. I'll never understand how they think.
Funny. I find a journalist a struggle. Funny. I find journalists a struggle to understand as well.
Alright. We got a lot of statements.
Cool. Cool.
Alright, logic time. I honestly didn't know if that would work.
If the storeroom was the actual scene of the crime, then you'd expect the body to have been up here at some point as well. Well, yeah. But think back to what Miss Hart told us about the customers, about how the customers left the auction. Do you remember?
Of course. They came up from downstairs, back through the storeroom, and oh!
Exactly. The killer would have had to hide the body in order to avoid its discovery.
Suitcase?
The question is, where did they hide it?
Emma, if you wouldn't mind putting your skills to work for me now, or the box. I'd love to. You just have to say what you need and I'll get right on it.
Very well. Then I'd like you to check for blood residue. A luminol test, in other words.
Sure thing. Prepare to witness the power of science.
I've never seen somebody's eyes actually sparkle with anticipation before.
Alright, how about we test the ladder over there first? Based on Miss Hart's picture, I'd say the person in the red raincoat was about to climb it and make their escape, which means there's a high chance of a positive result. To test an area, just press space. Then I'll spray a little luminol on it. Hey, we found blood! And if it happens to land on some blood, you'll see it react like this.
It still feels super raw to just see it appear like that.
Anyways, that's a positive, but it's still faint. Spraying it a couple more times should be enough to really make it stand out. Yeah, that brought it out nicely.
And it made it feel that much more real.
Anyways, I think you got the gist of how to look for blood traces now, right? I'm sure there's still some more to be found, so why don't you give it a try?
Oh, hey, there's some blood.
And that's how it's done. Take a good look around and see if you can find some other places to test with luminol.
Okay.
You want to test there? Just spray some luminol on any place suspicious. Hey, there we go.
Mr. Edgeworth, blood! But how could it have gotten there?
Maybe somebody put something with blood on it in there? There are still places we haven't tested yet. Let's see what else we can find. You want to test there? Sorry, it's a negative.
I wanted to test the suitcase, but okay.
You want to test there? Sorry, it's a negative. You want to test there? Sorry, it's a negative. Okay, well, I'm running out of spaces here, Emma. You want to test there? Sorry, it's a negative. You want to test there?
Just spray some luminol on any place suspicious. Ooh, blood.
Blood!
We've got a positive. There's blood here. But how come? Probably because this is where the murder was actually committed, I'd say. Oh, looks like some of it drips through to the floor below too. All right. I think that's all the blood there is to be found. Oh wait, sorry, was that Emma? I think that's all the blood there is to be found. All right, and then that concludes this phase of our investigation. Cool. Alright, hidden body, close box. Connect. Blood in the closed box can only mean one thing. That is where the body was hidden. I'm certain of it. I wonder who won the box in the auction. I haven't the foggiest. Still, it's a very helpful discovery. Now you just hold your horses there. There's no way that body could have been in there. What do you mean? Oh, I wonder if this elevator is like right on top of this goddess's statue. Huh. Cause yeah, that would make sense if this. Then that brings up a lot of questions about the committee, even more than before. Also about what Verity was actually doing in that room last night. I took a look at that box when I first got in here. Looked to be just about the perfect size for a little hide and go seek if the need arises. And maybe it would have been if I could have opened it. But it was wrapped in chains and locked up tight. And I ain't no escaping mycologist. The murder happened just a little after I scoped it out. So can nobody have put a body in there? Wrapped in chains and locked up tight, you see. It's open. Oh, that's odd. Because it doesn't look to be wrapped in chains any longer. Huh? Oh, well, slap my head and call me silly. Could have swore it was, though. Well, it was obviously unlocked! I think we've examined all we can now. Great! Time to see what's waiting down below. We're shaking a leg already, aren't we, Rose? Okie dokie. Hey, K-Master. Yes, Mr. Thunder? We're about ready to move out. We're about ready to move out. So I want you to stick with me, okay? Can't have you getting lost. Of course. I'll be sure to stay close. When did those two start getting along so well?
God, we all barely fit on this elevator. Also, why are we bringing Lada along? Oh, it does come right down to the statue. Also, I can't wait for the camera to pan down and Verity and Sebastian and Blaze are all just standing there like, oh, well, we found Kay. I was almost 100% right. Mr. Edgeworth. Well, we fucked up. Oh, hey, the body's gone.
This room. This is the auction room? No. This is the committee chamber. Way to drop right into my lap, Kay Faraday. No, leave Sebastian alone! My baby! You've got real guts, I'll give you that. Arrest her, man! Arrest her right now! Oh, wait, but she... As for the rest of the riffraff, throw them out onto the street, where they belong.
I love Edgeworth and Emma basically forming a barricade around Kay. Gumshoe is ready to throw hands. So is Edgeworth. Eddie's trying to avoid being seen, and Lon is getting evidence.
You can't do this! It's going way overboard!
Yeah, what she said. Miles, this isn't looking so good, I gotta say.
See how the blinding light of justice.
Hi, Franny. Oh, wow. Oh, Francisca said everyone.
Yeah, what did I do? You'll have to forgive me. I meant to hit a certain
Cowardly ex-prosecutor. You weren't aiming for him. You were aiming straight at me.
Something keeps getting in my way. Something.
Right there.
Francisca. So, what are you doing here, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I still believe Kay to be innocent. And we were supposed to care what you believe? And we're supposed to care what you believe?
You no longer have the right to an opinion. Francisca, that's not how that works. I get you're angry, but that's not how that works.
I am Francisca von Kammer, and I have no intention of stopping it here or now. But you chose to stop by giving up your badge. And so our game has already come to an end. My badge was an obstacle to proceeding along the road I've chosen. I haven't stopped. I've simply cleared the way ahead. And now I'm free to follow that road, all the way to the truth. So don't you think for a second that my conviction has changed. I'm every bit as dedicated as I ever was. You seem to think you know where the lies at the end of this, what lies at the end of this road to the truth. In that case, I demand you show me. I'll explain my current theory first, and if your road fails to lead anywhere, my VIP will happily guide it.
Alright, what's your current theory, Franny?
The victim used her keycard to enter this chamber with her killer. And she was then stabbed with a candelabra by the culprit, and subsequently died as a result. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letters she exchanged with the victim. And we know that the location of the murder is here in the committee trial chamber. The blood on the floor of the room proves my theory. A game set and match, Miles Edgeworth, QED. She seems pretty confident, huh?
No, Edgeworth and Francisca both have a sprite where they grip the edge of their jacket. Francisca and Edgeworth both have a lot of sprites that are really similar to each other. It's honestly adorable. They really are the siblings ever. She doesn't lack the courage of her convictions. That's for certain. And I gotta say, I can dig the vibe. I could even give her a no hard feet. You go, Francisca.
Pathetic. Well, Miles Edgeworth, do you think you can bring my case crashing down around my ears? If you really have found the road to the truth, perhaps you would be so kindly to point me towards it. I'll be very happy to. Settle in, Francisca. I'm about to pave that road with incorroborable evidence.
Alright. Francisca's current theory. Okay, the victim used her keycard to enter the chamber with her killer. She was then stabbed with a candelabra by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letters she exchanged with the victim. And we know the location of the murder is here in the committee trial chamber. The blood on the floor of this room proves my theory. Game, set, and match. Miles Edgeworth, QED. Okay, so I want to... blood with... Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna press this one first, but then I'll present the elevator.
Hold it!
You can prove that the murder happened here in the committee chamber, I suppose. Von Kammer is perfect in every way. But did you forget that when you handed in your badge?
Cool. Okay, thank you, Franny.
Oh, shit.
Do we present the elevator on this one or the blood on the floor? Do we present it on the blood on the floor because we know it dripped from the ceiling? Or do we present it on the location because we know it actually took place above? Which one is it? Is the question. What is the exact wording of the elevator evidence? Blood was detected on the secret elevator. It looks like it dripped through the floor below. Yeah, I think it's the blood on the floor, because it specifically says dripped through the blood on the... dripped to the floor below.
Objection!
Yes! If I remember correctly, the blood discovered in this room was located at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. Murdered under the gaze of the divine, a brazen act, even for a cold-blooded killer. Except that may not be true at all. Take a look at this, if you would. It's a blood stain we discovered up at... Jesus Christ, I can't talk. It's the blood stain we discovered in the storeroom directly above the committee chamber. As you can see, the blood we found looks to have dripped through to the room below. And the elevator dripped down from, descends directly onto the foot of the statue. Ah, you noticed. Then you will agree that the murder cannot, in fact, have happened in this room. I put it to you that the victim was killed in the room above, and only afterwards was she moved down here. The Goddess of Justice did not witness a murder. She witnessed the killer trying to cover up their tracks. Why is she smiling? Sorry, I was just thinking back to a very similar situation. Well done, Miles Edgeworth. You've proven yourself to be even more foolish than I thought. Mr. Edgeworth is anything but foolish, sir. And you know it. Ouch! Have you forgotten the picture you just showed me? Or are you really that airheaded? Even a cursory glance shows that there was far more blood here in the committee chamber than upstairs. Ouch. Whipped and ignored again! You're trying to tell me that all this blood dripped down from above, Miles Edgeworth? If it had, your storeroom state would need to be 10 times as big. Or they cleaned it up? I say the murder happened down here. There's no way it could have happened anywhere else. As insightful as ever, Francisca. But you've played right into my hands. How so? You are correct. There is far less blood upstairs than one would expect. The question is why? A trifling detail in the face of my previous explanation. Alas, your explanation doesn't account for why there was blood in the storeroom in the first place. Surely you don't think that some splatter managed to shoot itself all the way up there, do you? Whoa. Like some crazy fountain of blood? No way. No way indeed. It's completely impossible. So how about this? What if this explains the difference in the amounts of blood observed? There was far more blood in the community chamber than in the storeroom above because the weapon was removed here, the victim was stabbed here, the victim was stabbed upstairs. The weapon was... The victim was stabbed here. The victim was stabbed upstairs. The weapon was removed here. It would be the weapon was removed here. The victim died of 3 stab wounds, and that would have bled profusely. Exactly, as proven by the amount of blood we found on the floor of this room. But that doesn't make any sense. Not as she was stabbed in the storeroom. You said there wasn't much blood up there already? Silence. You half-baked, hair-brained rookie.
Hey, hairbrained is a little... A stab wound... A stab wound... A stab wound...
Give me a second, I'm gonna take a drink of water before I try to take this line again.
A stab wound breathes heaviest at one particular point in time. Oh, I know. It's when the weapon's removed, right? Precisely. I believe the body was brought down to the committee chamber with the candelabra still in its chest. And then, when it was finally removed, it created the difference in the amount of blood we've seen between the two locations. But why? What was the killer trying to do?
Stage the scene.
I imagine they were trying to give us the impression that the murder happened down here. As we know, Miss Bringer's keycard was used late last night. Judging by the times listed in the record, I'd hazard a guess that it was used by the killer when they entered the room to create their elaborate setup. But why would they have needed to do all that in the first place? Perhaps because a person with a face to hide would fear the storeroom being found in their investigation. If they were involved with the underground auction, they couldn't afford to have their dirty secrets exposed. Underground auction? You should take a look at the storeroom for yourself. The items up there tell quite a story. One that should more than explain what was going on here last night. It's almost endearing, Miles Edgeworth, how desperately you want to protect your friend. There's something just beneath the surface of this case. Something bigger than all of us. And Kay's only crime was to have bad fortune to fall right into the middle of it. That's quite the hyperbolic claim, Miles Edgeworth. Hyperbolic? Me. And surely you're the one making a mountain out of my perfectly reasonable molehill. You're working with Interpol on international cases, so why are you investigating a domestic murder? I'll tell you why. Because this case has something to do with the smuggling ring you've been chasing. You followed the trail of the items being smuggled by the ring and wound up here. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me there's something I sense isn't related to... Tell me the something I sense isn't related to any of this. I'm very happy to learn that you giving up your badge didn't completely relieve you of your senses. The Scorpy who told me about the circumstances that led up to that, by the way.
No, Miles and Francisca's love language for each other is arguing. This, like, to outside perspective, this feels like they actively hate each other, but no, this is just how they show love. Sorry, sir. I just thought it might help, you know?
You did the right thing, Detective. So, am I right, Francisca? Is this incident part of the broader case we're working? Was the underground auction already on Interpol's radar? Wouldn't you like to know? But you don't need to. And so you won't. Then you knew, didn't you? That the auction was being held here in this chamber.
Hey, y'all, mind if I butt in for a second? Lot of butt out.
Your victim over there, the lady in white.
You.
Hey, let a gal finish, will ya? No good butting in pain in the you-know-what. Ouch! Well, this episode ain't changed her spots.
Francis gets out for blood, and I fully endorse it.
Your testimony is not required, and neither is your presence. What do you mean? I'm a journalist! You're a liar! That's what you are! You lied under oath that one time!
Yeah, no, Francisca is out for blood, and I fully endorse her in that.
It seems like Miss Von Karma is none too fond of her, Miss Hearn, huh? I don't think she's her biggest fan, no. But she called Ringer, right? She was a member. She was a member of this here committee. But she called Ringer, right? She was a member of this here committee. Well, she's dressed exactly like the ringleader of that old secret. Stop it! Whipping me, dang it! What is the meaning of this interruption, Miles Edgeworth? Explain! Miss Hart here helped us out by describing how the auctioneer was dressed. And it seems they were wearing the exact same outfit as the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. But that would mean that the victim was also the ringleader?
Now, how about we just calm down, sir?
It seems I have some new information to consider. It's true that I came here to investigate the underground auction and to arrest the head of the operation, the auctioneer.
No, they were, going off of the flashback case in Investigations 1, where we play as little Edgeworth on his first case and baby Franciscus there. They were fairly close. They were essentially brother and sister. They had the same type of sibling the same type of banter they have now. But yeah, they have seemingly always been close, even pre-Von Karma arrest.
But if Miss Hart is to be believed, the ringleader is dead. I guess that means your journey here today was wasted. I suppose it does. Nonetheless, I, Francisco Von Karma, refuse to leave empty-handed. Time for a rematch, Miles Edgeworth. Fine by me. But you may find that your whip will go sorely unusable throughout.
No, listen, Francisca will find a use for her whip, even if it's not on you. Francisca's latest theory.
Fine. I accept your little explanation. That would make the storeroom the actual scene of the crime, yes? In which case, the murderer is someone connected to the auction. And if the photograph is to be believed, the victim was the auctioneer, and the culprit was an attendee. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom, where the exchange of illicit goods was to take place.
Yeah, no, the vibe of their... the vibe definitely seems to be that they didn't really have anyone else, because Manfred was such a cold figure in their lives that they really did just have each other, regardless of how much they would argue. It was really just kind of the two of them. So they did really just become the siblings ever.
Then they stabbed the victim in the chest with a piece of merchandise, the candelabrum. There. Does that about sum it up? Because I won't be accepting rebuttals. I'm afraid you might have to. There is a serious hole in your testimony. There is? I didn't spot any. Good thing you're the one in charge here, Mr. Edgeworth. All right, then. Time to fight back. You have to win this for us. And I will. Time to take Francisco's testimony to task.
Okay.
Alright. I accept your little explanation. That would make the storeroom the actual scene of the crime, yes. In which case, the murderer is someone connected to the auction. And if the photograph is to be believed, the victim was the auctioneer and the culprit was the attendee. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom, where the exchange of illicit goods was to take place. And then they stabbed the victim in the chest with a piece of merchandise, the candelabrum. Victim was the auctioneer, and the culprit was an attendee. Yeah. The killer lay in wait.
Hold it!
How exactly did they manage that, may I ask? Miss Hart was in the storeroom too, remember?
Objection!
Yes, hiding someplace. And if you've seen the storeroom yourself, you'll know there are plenty of other places to hide too. So you're saying the killer was hiding at the site and they awaited the victim's arrival? I believe we can reasonably assume that the murder took place after the auction had concluded. After all, the victim was the auctioneer herself. So she surely would have been needed to be present throughout the proceedings. She thinks it happened afterwards. Would you mind adding that statement to your testimony, Francisca? I believe we can reasonably assume that the murder took place after the auction had been concluded. Do we have something that directly disproves that? Miss Hart's statement. Illicit auction held in big building. Items on sale were mainly police evidence related to homicide case. 11 attendees were all together. All were wearing masks. Yep, there we go. Okay. Alright, present.
Oh, we're flying through this one.
It seems you're one step behind yet again, Francisca.
How so?
The auctioneer was not, in fact, the victim. I can prove it. This is the statement Miss Hart gave us. That if she made it, it's not worth air. It's not worth the air she used to say it. Done told ya, I'm a journalist. They nab it my word it out. Did I ask you to open your mouth? Tell ya!
Objection!
Calm down and listen for a second, Francisca. Miss Hart witnessed at least some of the events surrounding the murder. She confirmed that the auction continued even after the murder had occurred. You bet it did. Went right on like nothing had happened at all. How would that have been possible without an auctioneer? It wouldn't. So you see, the victim couldn't have been the auctioneer. She was one of the attendees. No. As I've been saying since the start, there is no way Kay can be the murderer. Because she had been pushed down the hatch by her assailant and knocked unconscious by that time. So then, who was the victim really? Right. Well, if the auction carried on after the murder, the victim must not have been the auctioneer, but an attendee. That's Verity, right? That was her gavel? That's enough. I know that sound all too well. Hi, Verity. Order in the courtroom. All rise for the chairman. No, go away! Go away! I don't like you! You and your ugly... I forgot how funny his outfit was. I don't think I even brought up the skull belt. How peak Ace Attorney character design. This room truly just is full of the peak of Ace Attorney character design. Like Francisca's outfit is insane. Verity's outfit is insane. But somehow his manages to be even more insane. We're going fast. We're on speed. We're on okay, wait, we're 3 hours in today, and we streamed 2 hours yesterday. So we're already halfway through this case. We're making moves. We're going fast. Oh, there's no need for all that pomp and circumstance, Verity. Oh my god! He still looks so funny! It's his eyes! Yeah, no, if it's 8 hours, we're over halfway through. We're making moves. You know what I wish? I wish he had another badge here because he stole Edgeworth. Breathe, everyone. Feel free to call me Celius. Yes, that'll do nicely. Oh, baby. Sebby, baby. Sebastian, stay away from him. You shouldn't be anywhere near him.
I keep looking at his eyes. His eyes. Why are his eyes so tiny? Why are his eyes itty bitty? Alright, Helios, what are you doing here? Oh, I just stopped by to see how my bone-headed boy was getting along. They say there are all sorts of families, but I'm not sure these two are what they meant. Edgeworth is like, I'm gonna rescue that boy. Yes. No, that is... Listen. In the hopes that Sebastian and Kay reappear in the next, mainline game, I want Sebastian's, like, older design to have him wearing the same shade of, reddish pink Edgeworth wears, as opposed to wearing the same shade of red his dad wears. I need that to happen. I thought I might need to light a fire under this investigation, but it seems not. The suspect everyone's searching for high and low is right back here where we started.
Men, detain the suspect immediately.
Wait, Miss Faraday is innocent. Whoa! Oh, Jesus Christ! I can't wait for him inevitably to set his beard on fire. Shut your meddling mouth! You're becoming something of a problem, Miles, my boy. I thought I told you. The committee wants this matter cleared up as soon as possible. It's a matter of trust. We can't have our organization be set to drag its feet. It's bad for us, and it's bad for me too. Personally, sorry, it must be my age. No, I have no clue what's going on with this dude's lighter.
Your unlawful investigation ends here, and it will not be permitted to resume. In case you have forgotten, you are no longer a prosecutor. You have no authority here. And what's more, there is a matter of you aiding and abetting a suspect.
She's right, of course. As always. You really are a godsend, Verity. Okay, yeah, so he's been, like, super manipulating Verity, right? He's been super manipulating Verity and Sebastian, right? Everything I do knowingly. If you wish to prosecute me for it, be my guest. But know this. We have uncovered a new suspect. This person here. Miss Faraday was attacked by this
Overruled.
You can stop right there, Mr. Edgeworth. The raincoat in your picture was discovered nearby a short while ago. The victim's blood was found on the hood, along with some cherry blossom petals.
cherry blossom petals.
Like the ones on the roof. Yes, they were stuck to the edges of the bloodstains, probably due to the blood being fresh at the time.
The results came back already, my boy, so there's no mistaking it. The person in your picture is the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. Hey, so then do you want to explain the blood on her hand? Do you want to explain where the blood came from, then? What? Also, I'm so curious if this is just a reusing of assets. Or if this really is meant to be the same raincoat from the first case of this game. Because it's also covered in mud like that one was. No. This completely undermines our entire case. All our assumptions were based on the person in the red raincoat being the killer. But if they were the victim instead, then Kay remains at the top of the suspect list.
Miss Faraday, you testified to having encountered a person in a red raincoat on the roof. Yes, I did. We now know that the person was the murder victim. And you are the only person we know of who came into contact with her. Since one of you wound up dead, I think we all know how the encounter went.
No, Kay was attacked by that person. She is the victim here, not the aggressor.
Overruled.
As far as I recall, we've yet to see any evidence that proves she was attacked as you claim. And even if such proof exists, Miss Ringer could have simply have been attacking in self-defense.
Well, you can't just jump to a conclusion like that. Kay is innocent.
But I'm not.
Kay?
I'm not innocent. I don't want to believe it, but I remember something. Hearing about the raincoat brought it back. It's just a flash, but I remember what I saw now. Right when it happened. The murderer, it was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer.
No, you're not. You can't be.
Then what am I? Why do I have a memory like that? They were on the floor in front of me. There was a pool of blood. Why was I just standing there? Why didn't I do something? I know why. It's because I was the killer.
Okay, so let's go check the roof for bloodstains.
This court recognizes the legitimacy of the accused's memories.
You mean the fact that she has amnesia and she could be remembering things wrong, and everyone around her is suggesting memories to her? Hey, you know what happens when you tell someone who doesn't remember things what they remember? They start to believe they remembered that! What? But you said you didn't believe her like 5 minutes ago!
Overruled.
I commend you on your bravery, Miss Faraday. It will not go unrewarded. Praise be the goddess of justice for her many blessings.
Objection!
As an official representative of Interpol, as an official representative of Interpol, I hereby request that the suspect be.
We don't have time for this. We must arrest Kay Faraday this instant.
How dare you take that tone with me? This is a gross overreach of authority. I demand you give us more time to investigate. You say my investigation is unlawful. What could be more unlawful than this? Sorry, one moment. I think my chat stopped updating. It did! Why does it do that sometimes? Yeah, no, Miles is about to beat the shit out of everyone in this room. Probably because Blaze is trying to hide something.
Unfortunately, you no longer speak for the law.
Indeed you don't, but I do. And while I can't help but be moved by your dedication to your friend, I have to agree with Verity.
Speaking of the law, it seems that there's one other we must arrest.
Ah, yes. I almost forgot. Miles. Still, okay, what are those papers for? What are you talking about? Mr. Edgeworth was just doing his job. He didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't doing squat. By which I mean to say, unfortunately, Miles is no longer serving in any kind of official capacity.
You went too far this time, Mr. Edgeworth. You conducted an unlawful investigation. Worse, you aided and embedded the flight of a suspect. You are no longer even an ex-prosecutor. You are a criminal. Nothing more.
Oh, that reminds me. There was supposed to be a hearing today, wasn't there? Considering your conduct.
I'll make sure it's officially rescheduled for tomorrow. Although I fear I already know the outcome. Look, look at this as an opportunity to reflect on your actions, Miles. A chance to really think long and hard.
Alright, someone call Phoenix. No, I wanna punch Blaze. Square in his stupid goggles.
This court is adjourned.
Ooh. Oh. Do I want to keep playing today? Do we keep playing for today? We've been going for 3 hours. I still got steam. How are we feeling about continuing today? At least for a little longer. Because I'm still feeling fairly good for at least a little longer. I still feel good enough to go just a little longer. All right. I'm not sure how much longer we're gonna do, but just a little longer. I'm having so much fun with this case, and I don't want to wait till Monday. I don't want to wait till Monday to do more, but I can't stream this weekend. April 6th, Detention Center, holding cell.
I never thought I'd spend another night in here again.
Yeah, I guess the last time we were in here was when, we were accused of murder.
They stripped me of all the evidence we'd so painstakingly gathered.
Yeah, no, Blaze is like, why do I hear boss music? And Phoenix walks through the courtroom doors like, alright, what fucking shithead is accusing my husband of murder or aiding a criminal? Who am I throwing hands with? Yeah, are we... Wow, we're missing everything. At least they let us keep our memories of people. At least they let us keep our memories.
Even if they did let me keep Kei's Yatsugarasu pin, I can't help but worry about her. They'd better be treating her well. The murderer, it was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer. Yeah, Phoenix is ready to throw hands with whoever accused his husband and daughter. Come on, let's go. You got a visitor. Visitor?
Who? Someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Want me to send him away?
No. Although I'm not sure what to even say to him.
Wait there.
They're leaving me unsupervised.
Forgive the intrusion. Why are you here? Where's Gumshoe?
Judge Gavel. Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat.
What are you doing here? I was told it was Detective Gumshoe.
I imagine you wouldn't come if you knew it was me.
What could she possibly want from me now? I suppose I'd better find out. Your visit!
You may not be aware of this, but you are only permitted to meet with specially approved visitors.
So I'm to be treated like a dangerous criminal, am I? I suppose my reputation has rather plummeted.
It has indeed. For you, of course, and your friends. That attorney and the other girl were raising quite the fuss earlier.
Thunder and Emma.
I saw them launch some extremely heated words at one of the guards.
Jesus Christ. Okay, who was saying worse stuff to the guards here? Eddie or Emma? I feel like Emma's got some anger in her. She's got some evil in her.
No, you didn't. You may thank the goddess in that regard, for even she's too busy to deal with each and every infraction. They will not be punished for their bad behavior. You come here just to chit-chat with me. You must have a lot of time on your hands. Oh, speaking of which, Miss Von Karma is continuing the investigation where you left off. I just thought you would like to know. I figured you would be worried about how they were all doing. I hate to admit it, but she read me like a book.
Like, okay, don't get me wrong. I think Eddie could say some rude things. But I think Emma has some real evil in her. I think Emma could go some deep places if people piss her off.
Your motive. Let's cut to the chase, Your Honor. Why are you really here? I'm here simply to talk. Nothing more. There's something I wish to know about. You. Me. Yes. Who else? Objectively speaking, you are highly intelligent and quick-witted. And a born prosecutor at that. Please, Judge Gavel. Your sarcastic praises. Praises put salt in my wound. But I sincerely mean every word, Mr. Edgeworth. And it is why I fail to understand you. Take this latest case, for example. You were up against the very committee itself. You had no hope of succeeding. Even a child could have seen that, and yet... I don't imagine the old me would have ever been so reckless. The old me had power, and because of that I thought that justice was always on my side. Just as you and the committee believe now. But a certain person...
Number 587 of Edgeworth, vaguely referring to Phoenix Wright as that man, or that person, or a certain person. Also, I love the sweet music, like the sweet somber music kicking in as soon as Edgeworth brings up Phoenix.
But a certain person changed my mind. He made me reckon with my selfish, skewed sense of justice. And once the scales had fallen from my eyes, I began to look at people differently. I saw that I was only able to be an effective prosecutor thanks to the efforts of those around me. Detective Gumshoe, the many investigative officers of the Force, and even Kay. It changed me. The degree to which it changed me still surprises me to this day.
Yeah, no, that line should have been... that line should have been...
But my husband changed my mind. I see. Thank you. I feel that perhaps I understand you a little better now. You understand me? I highly doubt it. As someone who is so focused on forcing their idea of justice onto others can't possibly see what I see. Is that so? Is that what you truly believe? I will say one thing. This has been a very interesting conversation. That is all. Before I go, there is one remaining matter. I was asked to inform you that the date of your hearing has been confirmed. It will be held today in the trial chamber. The committee sends its warmest regards. If that was all you had to tell me, you could have just sent a message. And entrust the goddess's words to another? That wouldn't do now, would it? Until then, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll see you again very shortly.
Oh, I can move around the room.
A very basic bed. I can't say it was very comfortable to sleep in. I imagine Detective Gumshoe would sleep soundly on it, nevertheless. Lonely snoring all the while. I suppose we'll probably never get to work together again. But I don't have any regrets about the bed I've made. I will follow my own path to the end. There's a menu here on the table. It seems that the detainees are able to pay to have their meals brought to their cells. Well, looks good. A spaghetti and mac and cheese lunch. Add linguine for only $1. The simi and brown rice special for a limited time. Only add regular white rice at no extra cost. Probably for the best that I'm not very hungry. The window is barred with heavy steel. That reminds me of a movie I once saw. A prison inmate hatched a plot to escape by using a file to cut his cell bars. I wouldn't be doing that, of course. For one thing, I don't have a file on me at the moment. Oh, what am I saying? I wouldn't do that even if I had one. I love Edgeworth being like, I could break out, but I shouldn't. There's a note on the wall next to the toilet. Sorry, we're currently out of toilet paper. Please make the necessary mental preparations before using the toilet. What sort of mental preparations can one even make? I've barely spent any time here, and I already can feel my personal appearance slipping. I may have given up my badge, but I mustn't give up on myself. My collar, it's slightly creased. There, a tidy outside begs a tidy inside. Which is why it's more important now than ever to take care of myself. There's a poster on the corridor outside. We regret to announce that due to the warden's arrest, the Die of Destiny game will be discontinued. Inmates will no longer need to roll a die every morning to determine their meals for the day. We wholeheartedly apologize to those who were looking forward to their daily casting of the die. Did anyone really need an apology for the cessation of such a ridiculous idea in the first place? Do I have another visitor? Okay! Oh, thank goodness you seem alright. That's a load off my mind. Ugh, such a heartwarming scene. It's enough to make a grown man cry. Yeah, no, Edgeworth will be completely fine. He's gonna get himself out of this situation in like 5 seconds the second he calls Phoenix. But you're still not your usually, well, cheery. I mean, you have to stay positive, Kay. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I guarantee you didn't. No, I have to let it go. I'm the murderer. I know that now. But you're not. You can't be. Why don't you have any faith in yourself? How can I, Mr. Edgeworth, when there's no me left to believe in? None at all. I don't think that's true. Before you lost your memory, we spent quite a bit of time together. And I already dare say you left quite the impression on me. So you see, there's still plenty of you left. That's why I believe you so much. I believe you so much, and I believe so much in your innocence. And that's why you should believe in yourself too. Thank you. Phoenix walks up to Blaze and it's like, I've heard a lot about you. About the way you've treated my husband. About my daughter. The way you've treated your son, who is soon to be my son. I'd like to have a conversation. And then just decks Blaze in the face. But I can't. It would just cause more pain for the both of us. Please, you have to forget her. Forget that, Kay. She's gone. Kay, no. You remind me of my younger self, you know. So noble. So bold. This is the justice you and the committee stand for? Justice? I suppose you could call it that. You should draw that. That would be incredible. What is he up to? Why is he going to such lengths to control everything? I can't shake the feeling that there's something very wrong here. Is there some hidden agenda at play? Edgeworth, what do you think? Ugh, this is no time to second-guess myself. I'm going to find a way out. If If I'm going to find a way out, it is now or never. Well then, my boy, I suppose I should be... Wait.
Oh, it's logic chess time. Let's go, baby.
Why is the chairman so intent on seeing Kate charged with murder? It doesn't make any sense. There must be some rhyme or reason to this madness.
Ooh, okay.
Grow up now, Miles. I'm busy. I'm a busy, important man. I can't be wasting my precious time talking to you. The only way out of our current predicament is through Chairman DeBet.
Oh, wait. God, wait. How many, okay. My brain is so bad at, this is why I don't stream for 4 hours. Traps Blaze in the chess dimension.
The only way out of our current predicament is through Chairman the Best. So much to ask and so little time. Let's start by trying to find out why he rushed to have Kay arrested so quickly. I can't just let this happen. Getting answers is the last thing I do.
Alright, let's fucking go, Blaze!
Why the rush to arrest Kay? Why were you so keen to push through Kay's arrest? I've yet to hear a satisfactory answer. An explanation? I'm not entirely sure what you mean.
Don't give me that.
You know exactly what I mean. I advise you to moderate your tone, dear boy. Need I remind you of your position?
No! Oh! I'm a prisoner. Ah, shit, I fucked up.
What are you going on about, hauling your loathsome over there? You need to cut an old man like me some slack. I can't keep up with all your youthful energy.
Oh, did I pick the wrong option? Or... yeah, I should have picked my words more wisely. Okay.
I can't just...
Okay. By the rush. And then he starts fiddling with his lighter, but he can't get it to light. I'm a prosecutor. Oh, shit. Okay. Him fiddling with his lighter means I need to bide my time. Yeah, no, Blaze referring to... Ace Attorney is so good at writing their characters. Because, Blaze referring to Edgeworth as boy firmly states how he, like, it informs how he treats people he deems below him so well, which then you can apply based off of how you see him treat his actual son to see how he treats everybody. And it's so good. It's such good writing. Okay. So him fiddling with his lighter means I need to bide my time.
And suppose we did let your friend go free. What then, huh?
What do you mean, what then?
Think how that would look, my boy. Who would have time to take the blame? And who would have to take the blame? Me. That's who. You're right to keep your mouth shut. That way you won't say anything foolish.
Sorry, but I can't stay silent forever. Not while Kay's innocence is in doubt. Innocence is in doubt.
Oh, you're breaking my heart. Just look at this flood of tears spilling out. Please, just leave it alone, will you? Things were just coming along nicely until you interfered.
Coming along nicely? Okay, so him crying means we press his statement. Him fiddling with the lighter means we bide our time. It always takes me a second to figure out exactly how logic chess work.
Coming along nicely. That's a pretty strange way of putting it. It's almost as if you wanted Kay's arrest to happen. It certainly doesn't sound like the statement of an impartial representative of the law.
Ooh, wow. Okay, so he has a lot of chess pieces, but they fall quickly. That reminds me a lot of, by far, one of my favorite minigame sections of Ace Attorney ever, which is, Old Bag Cyclops. in the finale case for Justice for All, when you present the autograph from Juan Corrida to her, and she immediately immediately all six Cyclops just shatter. That's by far one of my favorite of these mini game sections ever, because it's so funny. Because you're like, God, I have to break all six of these, and then they all break on one autograph. It's hilarious. You think so? Well, that wasn't my intention. Has it occurred to you that you might just be overthinking things a little? Chairman the Best certainly knows how to dodge questions. But it doesn't change the fact that there's serious doubts remaining concerning Kay's arrest. Next, we'll need to press him on whether he really believes the investigation was sufficient. Alright, round 2, baby, let's go. We can't allow any of his statements to go unexamined. No matter how trivial they may seem, one of them may just give us a breakthrough we need. Alright, how much time did you spend investigating? How much time was spent on your investigation altogether? Well now, let's see. You know what? I'm not sure I can remember. And I'm sure you can. You won't bluster your way out of this one. Stop blustering, my boy. I honestly don't recall. It's the problem when you get to my age, you see. I even forget my own Jesus Christ! Wow! Yeah, that's an incredible way of conveying just how shit this guy is. Why I even forget my own son's name sometimes. Never mind your fool of a son, answer me. How long did you spend on the investigation? You're right, of course. The boy's a fool. I never meant for him to grow up like that, but... Oh, woe is me. He's only too happy to derail the conversation, no matter where I take it. Yeah, should we give the worst father of the year award to Blaze the Best? Is he deserving of the worst father of the year award? Or is there a father we can think of who's worse than him? He's only too happy to derail the conversation, no matter where I take it. I have to force him to take this seriously. Let's try another track for now. You were the one calling the shots, weren't you? Oh, Blaze thinks he's the best liar, but he's not. Blaze thinks he's the best liar. I'm hilarious. You can hardly say your investigation was sufficient. And you're the one who called the shots, weren't you? Including the decision to have Kay arrested. Oh, I'm afraid I'm nowhere near as influential as you think, dear boy. You're literally the chairman of the committee. Fuck off. Thank you, Edgeworth! You're the chairman of the committee. Fuck off. It doesn't get much more influential than that. Not that I care about such things. You wound me. It's enough to drive an old man to tears. And the Bad Father of the Year award goes to... Blaze the Best! You wound me. It's enough to drive an old man to tears. You'll have to forgive me. I'm not the deferential type. Well, if you're going to insist on being so blunt, then I'm afraid you won't be seeing your prosecutor's badge again anytime soon. I don't need the badge anyway. Let me make something clear, once and for all. That badge isn't the be-all, end-all for me. Far from it. I'm not even concerned with titles or roles. Even you must understand that. Yeah, no, Edgeworth is like, I've known Kay for 2 weeks, and I already remember everything about her. I've known your son for, like, a week, and I know more about him than I think you do. So, like, move over, dude. so young. So very young. A word of advice, Miles, from somebody who's been around the block. You're hopelessly naive, my boy. Idiotically so. Well, that certainly got under his skin. He might be less guarded in his answers while he's in this state. Now is my chance. How much time did you spend investigating? How much time was spent on your investigation altogether? My. You really don't give up, do you? But even my patience has its limits, you know. What a coincidence. So does mine. And now answer the question. Do you believe that your investigation was sufficient or not? The youth these days are wont to be reckless. Makes me want to put you in your place. You're going to regret that, my boy. I'm really concerned about the documents you keep burning. Well. Maybe you do know your place after all. What's the matter? Scared? Oh. Hardly. I was just thinking about how to best proceed. Getting an answer from the elders requires sensitivity. They can get quite emotional after all. Drag him, Edgeworth! Drag him to hell! You have no common sense whatsoever, do you? Don't you understand? Your fate rests in my hands. Hey, what do you keep burning? Let's say you do manage to get some answers from me. There's nothing you can do with them. So why not give up, dear boy? No. And why not? It's simple. Because I'm not about to let the truth escape me. Interesting. Think I'm beginning to see what makes you tick. But whatever you're doing, it's pointless. Tragically and miserably pointless. Please, just give up. She's guilty. The decision has been made. The decision has been made? Oh, once again, your choice of words intrigues me. It's almost as if Kay's guilt has already been determined from before her arrest. What are you trying to imply? That you plan to have her arrested. You needed a scapegoat. I'm implying that things haven't gone as they normally should. In fact, everything has proceeded as if Kay's arrest was the end goal right from the very start. Well, Chairman DeBest, was it? That's certainly an intriguing theory. But it's also a complete work of fiction. And I'm afraid I don't have time for such flights of fancy. I think it's time we brought this shabby little farce to an end, don't you? No, he's trying to make his escape. We must confirm the legality of Kay's arrest before he slips away. Yeah, I don't know which option is funnier, him burning blank sheets of paper or him actually burning important documents. I don't know which one Ace Attorney would go to for the joke. It's fate, but the truth has finally begun to emerge. And I'm not about to let this opportunity pass me by. I still have questions. Wait, we're not done yet. I'm tired of all this talking. So make it brief, will you? What grounds do you have? Based on everything I've heard from you so far, it's clear that Kay's arrest is entirely unfounded. Yes. Think we're all familiar with this particular refrain of yours by now. Blaze is trying to murder me! Guys! Blaze the best is about to kill my voice! Okay. Yeah, once we finish up Logic Chess, I think I'm done for the day because that hurt. I need to get better at like warming up my voice before I start streaming Ace Attorney. Ow, that actually hurt my throat. I need water! Quick! Water puts out fire! Someone throw water at least best! Okay. But I'm afraid it doesn't matter either way. You don't have what it takes to secure her release anyhow. How dare you take this so lightly as a man of the law? My, aren't you a rude little boy? I hate that line. That line makes me so uncomfortable, which is certainly what they're intending here. But my fuse is only so long. Bide my time. Honestly speaking, I don't have the time to waste on every last question you can dream up. I have certain responsibilities to attend to, you know. I really am quite the busy man. Or are you just pretending to be busy? That's an awful thing to say to a fragile old man. I work harder than I should at my age. Fragile, he says, and he has literal abs. Fuck off, dude. I ask you, my boy, what could I ever hope to accomplish by putting up such a pretense? You're hoping to avoid talking about the case. You obviously don't want to talk about the case anymore. That's why you're so keen on getting out of this conversation, isn't it? It's just so tragic. It really is. That you would suspect me of such a thing. It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty. There were no clear grounds on which to base Kay's arrest for a start. No, my boy. Let's not get carried away. There's plenty of evidence to support our case. The mask, the letter, the corsage, they were all in her possession. And how do we know they started that way? And of course, her confession was made under duress. Her confession was made under duress. More than enough to prove her guilt, I'd say. But those are... Thank you for the water. What's the matter? Struggling to come up with a way to explain everything away? I mean, her confession was under duress. Bide my time. Yeah, throw Blaze in the ocean. Well, there we have it. Your silence speaks volumes. It's true. I can't counter your arguments right now, but you did something valuable slip. A suspiciously detailed knowledge of the evidence against Kay. He rattled off that list like he knew it inside and out. He definitely planted that evidence. Yeah, if he's such a frail old man, he'll just drown in the ocean. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. I still have questions. Wait, I'm tired of all this. Who gave the order? Who gave the order? Who decided that Kay should be arrested? You know, I can't seem to remember. Don't ever get old, Miles, my boy. It wreaks havoc on the memory. Attempted to apply my clue. Oh, you remembered all the evidence pretty well. Drag him, Edgeworth! Drag him by his ugly-ass beard! I'd appreciate it if you stopped playing the old man. You remember the details of the evidence against Kay pretty clearly. Perhaps if your memory didn't fail you, only when it was convenient to be more inclined to believe you. And so let me ask you again. Who gave the order for Kay's arrest? You're a sharp one. I'll give you that. My son could learn a thing or two from you. That's good, because I'm gonna adopt him. If he wasn't such an incurable numbskull, that is. It's a tragedy, really. Dude, fuck off. I don't want to hear about your son. I want to know who authorized the arrest. You're very mean. You know that, don't you? The arrest, you say? I believe the order was given by... you, of course. Come now, Chairman DeBest. Oh, we both know it was you. Dude, there's no one above you.
Alright, you got me. You make it sound like it was somehow a bad thing, though. But I have a reputation to uphold, so I guess I better clear up this little misunderstanding. I'll entertain your questions for a few more minutes. Let's see if I can't put your mind at ease. Oh. The key thing to do now is to establish how he immediately knew the details of the case. I just have to ask the right questions.
All right, round 3, baby. Let's go.
The endgame is at hand. We're but a few moves away from the truth. Tell me what you know about Kay. The suspect, Kay Faraday. How much do you know about her exactly? I know that she's the suspect. Aside from that, not much else. Cross my heart, but it's true. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. I'd rather try another track for now. Okay, you seem to know an awful lot about the case. You seem to know the case in quite some detail. I know about a lot of things, my boy. I'm just smart like that. Too bad the same can't be said about the way you handled Kay's arrest.
Oh, there goes my birth certificate.
I'm a very busy man. Do try to remember that I can bring this little chat to an end whenever I so choose. It's only taking so long because you won't give me a straight answer to any of my questions. If only you'd stop giving me the runaround and we'd be done already. So let's try this again. You seem to know the details of the case quite intimately.
Yeah, no, Blaze keeps trying to blame Sebi for like every problem in his life, and I'm gonna punch him over that.
Because I read the case file. Not exactly the most thrilling use of my time, of course, but it's part of the job. I have to be a good role model. I can't be seen slacking. It can be so hard. But I had some time on my hands, so I read the whole thing cover to cover. But you keep saying how busy you are. That's strange. I could have sworn you just told me you're a very busy man.
Get fucked! This is so satisfying. Like, I stand by the fact that the most satisfying... I stand by the fact that the most satisfying part, like, moment in Ace Attorney is when you finally defeat Von Karma in the first game. This feels on that level. I want to deck this dude, which is exactly how I feel about Von Karma. So I think his defeat is going to feel great.
I'd say the cracks are finally starting to show, wouldn't you?
Considering there's a guard directly next to him, yeah, this counts as evidence.
If you're so keen on being an upstanding leader, you can start by releasing Kay, you know. You really don't give up, do you? It's a moving sight indeed, my boy. But a tragic one, too. After all your efforts are for naught. I'm afraid your little friend was found unconscious near the scene of the crime.
And what was the weather like that day? Oh, fuck, I made the wrong choice. Okay. That's fine. Now, see, the problem now is I just have to get back there. You seem to know an awful lot about the case. Bide my time. But you keep saying how busy you are. I don't know why I thought it would be the weather. I thought we were gonna catch him on something there. I don't know. Did you see exactly where she was found?
We have yet to hear much about the circumstances under which Kay was found. She was lying unconscious in the storeroom, correct?
I think, dude, the evil trio of Manfred von Karma, Blaze the Best, and Damon Gant would wreck everything. The evil trio. But none of them deserve to get to be evil together. Put them in different prisons. That's right. Although I'm not at liberty to tell you how I know that. He knows things we didn't. In fact, he seems to be aware of every tiny detail about this case. That could be a valuable clue. Okay. Attempt to deploy my clue. Yet you know every other detail about this case. Sorry, but the more you tell me, the less sense your story makes. For one thing, you know details that even those investigating the scene were not aware of. Why is that? Yes! Feed Blaze to Poseidon! Just how much do you really know, Chairman the Best? That's an intimidating face you like to make again. Well, two can play at that game. How do you like me now, I would like to say assault of attempt, and he hasn't attempted. So this is just a threat. I'd like to say that he's threatening me with a deadly weapon. Blaze the Best is threatening me with a deadly weapon. I'm being threatened by Blaze the Best. This could very well lead to assault, which could then lead to battery. Chairman the Best is committing a crime. I just shout that from the cell. Bide my time. I do have to commend you on your dodginess. It really is something. I'll take that as a compliment. Take it however you like. Wrap this up, will you? I just don't have the stamina anymore. She's the culprit. The only possible suspect. Just accept that already. How much more evidence did you want us to load her down with, for goodness sake? Sir, that's a really odd way to phrase that. Load her down with? Load her down with. Yet another interesting turn of phrase. One that makes it sound a lot like the items Kay was carrying might have been foisted upon her. Oh, God! How many times do we have to hit this bitch? Impressive. You really do pay attention, don't you? It's no wonder they used to call you a prodigy, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. I think you know the answer to your own question by now. Why don't you just go ahead and say it? I want to hear it from you. It's finally time to shed light on the truth. All that's left is to play one last move. Kay is innocent. Kay is innocent. No, my boy, that's just clumsy. Anyone can blurt out a baseless assertion like that, even a disgraced superstar prosecutor. Attempts to find my clue. Except I know it wasn't her. Kay was framed. The true culprit set it all up so she would take the fall instead. That is my answer, and I won't let you deny it any longer. Oh! 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 Oh, he almost set himself on fire! No, I love the commenting on Edgeworth's face, because it is quite literally the peak of, like, saying he's autistic, because, like, same. My face, like, the beauty of me using a model for my content is I can literally just map out how I want it to express. I can make it express the, like, correct and normal way. I express very similar to Edgeworth, though. Like, I have resting I'm pissed at you face. I have resting I'm done with this conversation face. So I very much come across as constantly, like, angry, like they always say Edgeworth does. It's just peak autism from Edgeworth's end. My. You really are a sharp one, huh? It's a bit of a shame you chose to hand in your badge. I admit it, right on all accounts. And that's checkmate. Yay! My choice complete!
Oh, okay. Ugh. You knew Kay wasn't the real murderer, and yet you still had her arrested. What's worse, you thought you could get away with it. Well, you won't. Not if I can help it.
There you go with that naivete again, boy. Again, my boy. But I guess that was always your problem. With the girl arrested and a conviction secured, this whole mess goes away. And that's what will happen. But whose interest does a conclusion like that serve? The committee's, I suppose. Then mine. Oh. You know, listening to you just now, it's really got the tears flowing, I have to say. It was poignant and heartfelt and sincere and utterly infuriating. Look, I'm not perfect, I know that. But your lack of sophistication in these matters is beyond the pale. Yeah, someone punched Blaze. You insist that the truth is more important than anything else. But would you say the same if you knew what the real value of the truth is? What are you trying to say? When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth. You make it. Little by little. Okay, Faraday? Murderer. That's the truth. The truth I created. Yes, my boy. That's what I like to see. You're so sincere sometimes, it's painful. It just makes me want to put you in your place. Knowing the real truth will get you nowhere. Because that's how much it's worth. Nothing. Shocking, I know. But why? But why not go after the real killer? How much do you even know about what really happened? You're still not getting it. That's your truth. And it's worthless. Mine is all that matters. You understand what I'm saying, don't you? Mr. X, prosecutor? I have all the power here. Curse you. Well, aren't you menacing? You and your little friend are just as bad as each other. Violent criminals who deserve to be locked up. You'll pay for this. And with what? Yet another person disappears from my life. Oh, it just makes me want to cry. And cry and cry. Oh, wow. Yeah, he got us. Oh, he got us in a corner. I'm not planning on disappearing just yet, Chairman DeBest. There's still a hearing later today. Just you wait. One way or another, I'll prove Kay's innocence to the world then. Oh, wow. Hello. I don't know who here has had... I love this guy having hair over his eyes. Alright. Alright, we will be doing the hearing on Monday. My throat hurts. I'm getting a headache from talking so much, and it's been 4 hours. But that means we are about 6 hours into... We're about 6 hours into this case. So we could potentially finish it on Monday. So yeah, no, I'm gonna wrap for now. Also, I find it hilarious Lotta's here. Why is Lotta here? Why did we bring her along? Yeah, I'm gonna end for now. For tonight. For today. However, Miles should have punched Blaze through the bars. Yeah, I'm gonna end for today. We're gonna wrap it up, and I'm gonna go drink some tea with honey in it.